Doha Day 4 and matches galore. You're watching the ITTF World Table Tennis Championships finals as we look out over the West Bay area of Doha, Qatar. Inspired by the ideas of the late William Pereira, this fantastic monument to modern architecture takes us right here to another fine modern space, the Lusail Sports Arena. A chance to earn a place in history. Bright lights, big opportunities, big matches as well. On day 4, we are honoured to have your company and we're honoured to have their company. This is what's coming up. Session number 1, and we start with the top seeds in the mixed doubles competition. Then a chance to see the reigning World Youth Champion Annette Kaufmann of Germany taking on number 3 seed Chen Xingtong. Will Mohammed Abdul Wahhab's dream run go on? We'll have an all-European women's singles round of 64 match, and then we'll finish the session with Lin Shidong, the number 1 seed in the men's singles competition.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the players on table 1. Representing China, Lin Shidong and Kuei Man. And now let's welcome the players representing Austria, Robert Cardos and Sofia Polkanova.
What an interesting way to begin. An all-seeded encounter in the round of 16 and the mixed doubles competition at these World Table Tennis Championships finals. Lin Shidong and Kuei Man against the number 10 seeds, Robert Gardosh and Sofia Polkanova. A challenge for the top seeds, certainly, in this best of 5 games format. For the first time, they meet each other. The top seeds in the competition will have a challenge against this very experienced partnership, the 46-year-old Robert Gardosh, an absolute veteran. This is the partnership that finished second at the European Championships last year. They're going to relish the chance to take on the team that everyone is talking about. Celeste Araujo is the umpire. Congratulations to all of the officials for their selection for these championships. Great moment for them. We couldn't have these championships without them. And now we'll have the toss of the coin and we'll get the contest underway. What a day it promises to be at these World Table Tennis Championships.
I have red or black? Red? Red for you? Black, you won. Receive? They want to receive. You serve this side or that side? This side?
So the formalities are almost over. The fun is about to begin.
Why serves?
Real pleasure to have your company wherever in the world you're joining us from today, and I'm really honoured to have the company of 2 gentlemen. First of all, Gavin Maguire, who is right down there by the table. Gavin, it's day 4. This is an interesting first contest, isn't it?
It is indeed, Ollie, and it's just starting to fill up in the arena here now as we get almost ready for our first match. Very excited to see Robert Gardosh in action, 46 years of age, a real veteran as you mentioned already, and how many more World Championships will we get to see him? So it's a real treat to get to see him out here on court 1 now.
Real treat to have Gavin's company as well. He's competed at 7 World Championships, so knows a thing or two about this huge occasion. Alongside me is Fraser Riley. Well, Fraser, there will be a lot of people thinking that this could be quite a test for Lin and Kuei because they're taking on 2 very experienced competitors at these championships with 2,000 world ranking points available for the winners, and most significantly of all, the chance to declare yourself the champion of the world. And that's what Lin and Kuei have come here for.
Absolutely, we're setting the tone in style here at the start of day 4. Lin and Kwai, now of course the world #1 ranked pair. They've been dominating the WTT era so far, winning more than a dozen titles together. Look at that fan vote. A whopping majority of you have gone for the Chinese duo. But look, Gardos, a grizzled veteran, a former European champion in men's doubles. Polkanova is the back-to-back Europameister in women's singles. This won't be an easy test.
They are an extremely canny pair of players, and it is interesting to reflect upon the vast discrepancy in their singles rankings that doesn't translate at all to the doubles table. Gardos just outside the top 200 in singles, Polkanova well inside the top 20 in singles. As a pairing, they do bring the best out of each other, don't they?
They really do, most recently reaching that European Championship final together in Linz, Austria. Polkanova playing on her home soil there, had a brilliant event, winning the women's doubles with Bernie Soch as well. So 2 double specialists as well as, seasoned singles entrants too.
Well, we have completed the work of the speculation department. It is now time to enter reality and see what happens as this first contest of the day begins. Welcome one and all.
First game.
Doha 2025.
Kwai serves to Polkanova. Labo. Zero one.
Fraser, the assessment of 8% of our viewers, and thank you all of you for participating in the fan vote, is that Polkanova and Gardos are going to cause an upset. If they are to do it,
1-0.
how?
That's the ultimate question. I think they'd have to have a career-defining performance, a once-in-a-lifetime performance. They've got to make their chances count. They've got to constantly try and hunt out possible attacking opportunities. They have to try and disturb the rhythm. Can't become predictable, not against powerhouses like these two.
3-1.
We often talk about feeling in table tennis, creativity, the ability to finally contact the ball to generate so much funky spin. It's that kind of stuff that if you're a European player, you should be trying to look to do against the almost robotic top Asian players.
So far, so good in the start of this contest for Kwai and Lin.
An unusually shallow ball there from Gardos, very, very spinny. It's a brilliant counter from Kwai-man. Kwai, of course, not involved in the singles. That was quite a surprise. Looking to make history here in dubs.
Yes, one imagines that she would have come into this championships thinking, well, I couldn't really have done more to make a case for myself to be part of the singles lineup, but such is the strength in depth, the extraordinary strength in depth of the Chinese national team, that it is very difficult to get onto the roster.
Well said, absolutely. And that right there is probably the showpiece shot in this contest. One of the most talked about shots in the game right now, the Lin Shidong backhand. So compact, yet so powerful. He has mastered the timing.
It feels as though it's one of those shots where by the time you've seen that he's about to play it, that ball's long gone beyond you. There's no opportunity to read. And the reading is not pleasant here for Gardos and Polkanova because they face game point.
10-2.
Still 8 of them to go.
Yeah, it makes life very, very easy for the ball kids, Lin Shidong. It's been a dismissive first game. Similar from what we saw with Wang Chuqin and Sun Yingsha earlier yesterday.
11-2.
Well, that's a super opening game from the top seeds. 11 points to 2 in full control. Some way to go. Still 2 more required. Best of 5 for all of the doubles contests at these World Table Tennis Championships. 11-2 to the top seeds in this first game of the round of 16 in the mixed doubles. The new rankings as of this week, week 21 of the season, and there is no surprise at who is in top spot. They have a very small points advantage at the top of the leaderboard. Lin Shidong and Kwaiman in fantastic form, winner of over a dozen tour titles together. Yeah, it's just narrowly sitting at the top of the rankings there with about 1 million points or something like that. They're a joy to watch.
Seriously are. Their big result at the Singapore Smash helped them leapfrog up the rankings. You mentioned, you know, what must have Kwaiman had to do to qualify. She reached the final in women's singles there, and the final of the most recent World Cup in Macau.
Second game, Pocanova to Kwai. Level.
We were told there was a Chinese trial that took place before this World Championships, and for the first time in a long time, you weren't able to watch it. No online footage to be seen. What does that tell you about how seriously they're taking this Worlds?
Well, certainly the Chinese squad, particularly on the men's side, were given a lot to contemplate at the World Cup with that incredible win of Hugo Calderano. Oh, catches the net cord and benefits the duo from Austria.
Stunning rally here. Look at this backhand from Gardos. Rips it, just kisses the top of the net on the way through.
Both of them,
1-3.
I'm sure many of you know, born outside of Austria. Volkanova in lovely Chisinau, the capital city of Moldova. Gardos in beautiful Budapest. A couple of wonderful historic cities.
1-4.
Well worth a visit. But for some time calling Austria their home. Gardos has talked a great deal about it, about waiting 3 years to actually compete for the national team. Oh, that's the end of that one.
What happened there?
5-1.
I want to hear more from what you're saying there, Ollie, but look at this. Completely miscontacted off the top edge. Shidong. Yeah, just finishing it off there in effortless fashion.
They've only won 2 of the last 16 points, the pair from Austria.
Let 5-1.
But he said, Robert Gardos, that he knows he's in the final years of his career as a player. He says he's worked tirelessly to build a career that he truly is proud of. He says when he looks back, instead of nostalgia, he feels the urge to share his experiences, to help others achieve what took him so much to accomplish. And so he's created a table tennis networking group. He's now very focused on building opportunities for the next generation to come through. What a wonderful gentleman to be thinking so strongly about that legacy.
Yeah, an embarrassment of experience when you think about all that he's done on the continental and world stage. I think he'd make a fantastic coach. He is so hard-working. Quite often the last player you'll see in a training hall. And it's always nice to see his son as well come around the world circuit with him, and you can always hear him cheering him on.
Oh, beautiful angle. And a fine advantage here for the top seeds.
What can you do? The push of Kwaiman was immense. It was a good spin-up from Polkonova. The chemistry between Lin Shidong and Kwaiman, it's immeasurable. It really is hard to justify it with words, but they're at a point already as such young players where they don't even have to speak to each other between points. They know exactly how to compensate the space at the table for their partner.
Oh, that is unplayable.
Ollie, I think your chair's broken. My jaw nearly was as well after watching that backhand. How on earth has he found the table with such pinpoint precision all the way back? He's just a different breed altogether, Lin Shidong, especially with that backhand we were talking about earlier. Wow.
This is bordering on the outrageous. They're performing superbly. Stunning. 11-2 in the first, 11-3 in the second. The third might not take much time at all. What a display from the top seeds. Table Tennis Championships Finals, Doha 2025. We have barely begun, and yet we are almost done, potentially, in this contest. And it's not for want of trying from those two players. It's not as though they've come out there and made a whole host of mistakes. They just haven't been given the chance to play, and that's the greatest evidence of all as to how fantastic this partnership from China is. These are not two unknown players that are being dominated. These are the number 10 seeds. This is a top 20 partnership in the world, the runners-up at the European Championships.
They're a big deal. They're a huge deal. But look at this. It's incredible. It is ridiculous how good Kwai Man and Lin Shidong are. 23 points to 6 so far. That's the ratio we're looking at.
2-1.
When those two made the European Championship final in the equivalent continental competition, the Asian Championships, it was Lin and Kwai who took the title, and they are taking advantage of the opportunity to show what they can do on the showpiece table 1 at these championships. They seem to thrive in the spotlight, which is a good job too, because the spotlight is always on them.
Yeah, the pressure of representing Team China in their national and most important sport, table tennis, is something to never, ever underestimate. And look how well they play. They treat the pressure as a privilege.
Well, this is the closest things have been so far. Maybe somewhat deceptive. We have seen on many occasions how good Kwai and Lin are at racing away with the game. But this is a good response from the number 10 seeds.
Let 3-0.
It wasn't a bad point from the Austrians.
It was a beautiful point. Gardos serving long to try and help out Polkanova so that the tall lefty doesn't have a big compound movement and in and out transition to make on the third ball. They started with might, but that backhand block from Kwai Man, how she managed to find the crossover of Polkanova was awesome.
That's really well played from the number 10 seeds.
Serving with a bit of topspin there. Kwai Man popped it up, shallow. Polkanova coming right through the back of the ball. Nicely timed forehand flick.
Oh, goodness.
5-4.
He changes the pace of a point in an instant.
If you're a young player watching right now, or anyone wanting to improve at table tennis, it's not just about how well you can hit a shot, it's about how quickly you embrace the fact that you need to change something. You don't have much time in the first to 11 best of 5.
Really significant serve coming up here. Yeah, they were under pressure straight away.
Timeout.
And the timeout has been called. Wise decision, because they are only 4 points from elimination now.
haben alle getroffen. Das ist wirklich gut. Sie haben alle gekommen. Ja, wirklich, egal. Wir sind einfach
Gavin Maguire down there by the field of play. Well, this is looking like a very comfortable win, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just devastating play to watch, really. There's no moment here on court that Lin Shidong and Kwai Man look like they're out of position, off balance. It just looks like there's nothing that the Austrian pair can do.
It is just one of those days, perhaps, for Polkanova and Gardosh. They played so well to get to this stage. Beat Dimitri Levayat and Isabella Lupolescu 14-12, 12-10, 11-7 in their first round match. Beat Matthias Falk and Linda Bergström 11-9, 11-3, 10-12, 11-5 in the second round. Those are good wins for Lin and Kwai. It was Liam Pitchford of England and Wales' Anna Hersey beaten 11-7, 11-5, 11-8 in the opening round. Second round, beat Simon Gauzy and Pratika Pavard 11-8, 11-4, 11-3. Only 3 more points are required now for the top seeds. Fraser, do you ever have moments where you keep checking that Kwai and Lin are still in their early 20s and they're not 35? So mature, are they?
I know, it's probably their best quality. As a Chinese coach, you know, such as Xiao Zhan, who they have in the corner, you're looking for players who just don't want to lose. That's the best quality. Players who are meticulous,
5-10.
Players who are students of the game and who obsess over the fine details. That's what Kwai and Lin are like.
Some very well-handled match points, but still 4 remain. The calmness of those two, the maturity, staggering. The win, really impressive. From start to finish, they controlled. They go on to the quarter-final stage of the ITTF World Table Tennis Championships finals, Doha 2025. The dream is to become champions of the world, having won the bronze medal in 2023. 11-2, 11-3, 11-6, a win over Robert Gardosh and Sofia Polkanova. What can we say, Fraser? It was an exhibition, a demonstration.
Beautiful play, no stone unturned from the top seeds. What could Polkanova and Gardosh do? The quality inside the table, the power once it blossomed out of the serve-receive, made all the difference. Emphatic finish there with that hook shot. So then they go through to face the winners of Maharu Yoshimura and Tatsuki Odo, who are right now playing the Olympic silver medalists from DPR Korea, Lee Jung-sik and Kim Kum-yong. A potential upset may be about to happen over there on table 7.
That is going to be an enthralling last 8 encounter, whatever happens in that contest at the Qatar University Sports Complex. In just over a quarter of an hour's play, the number 1 seeds are victorious. Kwai Man and Lin Shidong beating Sofia Polkanova and Robert Gardosh of Austria 11-2, 11-3, 11-6. Over 80% of points won on serve. Just brilliant. Now then. This is going to be a belter. Chun Shing Tong, the number 3 seed, is taking on the reigning World Youth Champion, Annette Kaufmann. From junior to senior, it's Kaufmann's chance, and we're bringing you it next. Hello everyone, it's great to have your company at the Lusail Sports Arena in Doha, Qatar. We're towards the north of Doha proper, and we've got some proper action coming up for you. Session 1 on day 4 of the ITTF World Table Tennis Championships Doha 2025. This promises to be most interesting. Annette Kaufmann, who is the reigning world youth champion, is facing Chun Shing Tong. This is going to be a very tough match for both of these players. Let's see what Kaufmann can do against the number 3 seed. Waiting in the wings, waiting for their chance, waiting for their moment in the spotlight. The round of 64 and the women's singles competition at these championships of the world. There is the 27-year-old Chun Shing Tong at a career high of number 3. And there is Annette Kaufmann, who represents a very unpleasant 111 in the world because she is a high-quality player. High quality. Rankings can deceive. She can deceive as well. She's a very skillful player. Women's singles round of 64, Chun Shing Tong and Annette Kaufmann. We have a net, we have a table, we have a ball. It's time to go. Best of 7 games. And it is world number 3 against world number 110. But be not fooled. Annette Kaufmann is the reigning world youth champion. We are privileged to have the chance to see this 18-year-old taking on a hugely experienced athlete. For Kaufmann, one might think nothing to lose, but she is a fiercely ambitious player. She'll believe in herself, she'll back herself. Hung Yang Ling is in charge of the contest and will marshal over the toss of the coin.
Okay, black for turn, red for Kaufmann. Red. Service. Kaufmann with none of toss, choose service.
Annette Kaufmann winning the toss of the coin, and she will start with ball in hand. So, a lot to ponder here. If things go according to the rankings in their crudest and purest form, then it will be a quick contest. If, however, we see the Annette Kaufmann that we have seen before, the Annette Kaufmann who won the World Youth title in Helsingborg in Sweden last year, could be a different matter. Fraser, intriguing.
It really is. This is going to be a real tasty match. You've got the fiery left-handed world youth champion from Germany, the history maker, against the impassive Chinese A-lister Chun Shing Tong, who is so difficult to read at the table, so subtle in the way that she changes her tactics throughout the match. This is a huge match for both players, and I think this one, as well as the Hanagoda Wang Yidi, is really intriguing in terms of a Chinese A-lister against a foreign threat.
The story of the championship so far: Kaufmann beat Wing Lam 11-7, 11-5, 12-10, 11-7 in her first match. And Chun beat Rochita Sonde 11-7, 11-4, 11-3, 11-1. Much for the coaches to contemplate. Not the easiest of tasks for them either. Even though they may be sitting down, they may be watching, they are scrutinising and studying everything. And you are
First game, Kaufmann to serve.
scrutinising and coming to the conclusion on the fan vote. There's a 3/4 probability it will be Chun Shing Tong
Love all.
with the win. Let's see what happens. Consider the music off.
Black. Love all. Black. Inside the table. Love all.
There's something very authoritative about that first point. There's something very authoritative about the way that Kaufmann just looked at the umpire and said music, pointed to it, and straight away it was cut off. You know, this is somebody who's turned up with confidence, ready to attack this match.
1-0.
Yeah, she's very astute, isn't she, Annette Kaufman? And she knows that she belongs out here. Coming from a family of athletes probably helps that, leads to that.
Such an interesting
2-1.
sporting background. We've talked about it before. It's worth dwelling on again for those of you who are new to watching this young German player. Mother was a very, very good ski racer. Her father played ice hockey professionally.
2-0.
And she has said that they, along with her sister, who's also a very fine coach, all work as a family of sports psychologists. And they discuss elite performance across a number of disciplines at home. It's a real luxury to have that environment.
3-2.
And she's so interested in the human mind. She wants to be a criminologist. Performed well in her high school examinations, the Arbiter last year. Very interesting rally.
3-0.
Not just the shot making from Kaufman there, but the recovery. She's a taller player. Chen Qintong will try and find her crossover section there. Kaufman did well, couldn't repeat that again. So stable, the wide base, the engaged core. Good counterplay from Qintong.
I talked about the
4-3.
background sporting-wise and pedagogically of Annette Kaufman's family. Well, there's much to say there about Chen Qintong because her family is a family of teachers. Father Chen Junjiao absolutely adores the sport of table tennis. So she's also somebody who's from a world where education was always being discussed, debated. And there was no shortage of good scholarship in the family home.
3-6.
Just starting to see a pull away coming now from the number 3 seed after a tight start.
Good change of service from Annette Kaufman there. She serves a bit wider, a bit slower, and higher toss. Lots of side spin and top spin there. Chen Qintong can't nullify the spin with the forehand receive. Don't get as much flexibility with the wrist on the forehand inside the table. That's why you see players sometimes trying to play the backhand flick even from the forehand side.
We're getting some fine rallies,
7-4.
very interesting point construction.
I think Kaufman's playing a really strong game here. But it's just Chen Qintong who's been testing the irregular transitions a little bit better so far. Quality push, half long. Will there or will there not be a second bounce on my side? Will the ball be attackable? That's what Chen Qintong began to ponder, should I say. You can see there, barely any space to work with. She tried to brush the ball to create heavy spin.
Look at Kaufman's reaction, just turned away, aware that so much had been done right there.
Sorry, but she's really taking long.
5-8.
Well, Kaufman just speaking to the umpire there about the time being taken by Chen Qintong in between points.
8-6.
This is so interesting, not just tactically, but psychologically.
We saw this in the mixed doubles with Patrick Francisca, using a bit of frustration in the match as fuel to her fire, channeling it well. Annette Kaufman still in this one. Dangled it in front of the nose of Chen Qintong. High enough to bait her in, but tight enough to make it tricky. By no means an easy finish there.
Golly. This is compelling. 8 apiece, what a point.
By Jove, what a comeback here from Kaufmann. It was a beautiful receive, coming right across the ball with that lofted forehand. The rest was history. How on earth has she managed to come back like this?
Hello, hello. She needs only 2 further points to take the opener.
A shaken and stirred Chen Qintong here, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, we were giving you that statistic in the other direction a while ago. Things have changed. Oh, good point from the number 3 seed. Now the big one, with the Chinese player having ball in hand.
That was huge. That was massive there. She wasn't even fully behind the ball. Used the pace on the Kaufmann forehand. Staying close to the table. Great block there from Chen.
She's got it. She has the game point. Real test, as we anticipated, for Chen Qintong. Oh, that's fabulous.
11-9
The player ranked outside the top 100 has got the opening game.
Well, you might not think it, given how aggressive she was to finish that game, but the patience was key. She waited in case the serve came long. It did. And Kaufmann with the killer instinct. What a finish from the German. She was trailing really, really badly at the start of that game. She's turned the tables.
The opening game goes to Annette Kaufmann, 11 points to 9. Told you this would be a contest. Now, Gavin Maguire is down there right by the table. Gavin, stop eating that giant bag of popcorn and say something about this match. I bet you're having as much fun as we are.
Yeah, that was a great first set, wasn't it? Really, we saw so much action, really amazing rallies, long. And to be honest, Ollie, Annette Kaufmann looked like she was in control of almost every point that went on. You know, she was the one dictating what happened in the rallies. She was the one being the aggressor, trying to change the direction, angles. So it sets us up for a very interesting game too.
Very interesting points made there by Gavin, particularly about that air of control that that player has. There's an authority, a status to Annette Kaufmann. There are some sporting contests that you want to really delve into and analyse a great deal. Sometimes you just want to sit back, frankly, and enjoy the spectacle of it. And one is torn between both stances in this really intriguing match. Now, let's just have a little dose of reality here, Fraser. There are a lot of players who've snuck an opening game against players like Chen Qintong over the years and have found out that the response has been vicious.
Yeah, you have to expect some kind of response here. If you're Annette Kaufmann, beautiful length on the serve from Chen, good deception. Yeah, this will be no easy feat. Kaufmann will have to constantly try and reinvent herself throughout this match. You set the tone beautifully already, Ollie. I just want to add a little bit of spice into the mix. Remember, Chen Qintong and Chen Chenyi lost to the German doubles pair yesterday, Yuan Wan and Sabine Winter.
That is a very interesting further can of worms to open up, actually.
Psychologically, it might help give Kaufmann even more of an edge.
Could be very contrasting fortunes for the German women's squad compared to the men's squad.
Yes, absolutely right there. The German men have had a hard time so far. So far, so very good for Team Germany on the women's side. Han Ying through in straight games
Front play
against
on.
Hana Arapovic of Croatia. She's at the bottom half of the draw.
3-0.
So impressive. So impressive from this young German who could very easily have backed away from the challenge of the second game and the response from Chun Shing Tong, but she's kept her level really high. That wasn't too far away.
Shing Tong doing really, really well here on receive. She's very mindful, the third seed, as to where she invests in speed and spin. I think she's kind of acknowledging here that she might get outpaced. She doesn't want to fully commit to pivot because she knows Kaufman is so reliable with the backhand block cross table.
5-4.
We're not going to see her pivot that much in this match, Chen Shin Tong. Which means her backhand is going to have to be hot on it. Kaufman going to the backhand serve for the first time this match.
Well, it worked. That was an interesting decision.
It was. She's been playing the reverse pendulum beautifully, occasionally going for the pendulum. That was a smart choice. She didn't have to make a big compound movement after the serve. Chen Shin Tong went into the backhand, testing corner to corner. Kaufman having an answer.
Well, didn't that work beautifully? Two backhand serves and total domination of the rally.
This is crucial. This is really, really crucial. Even though it's a best of 7, Shing Tong may call a timeout with how the point trades have panned out if Kaufman can get a point or two in front here. But the Chinese star has the serves. Look at the posture, look how she lunges in. Transferring her weight there from her right leg through to her left.
Oh, the defense of Chun Shing Tong, that was phenomenal.
A defensive position, but relentless attacking from Chen Shin Tong, just spraying these forehands. Unbelievable recovery. Kaufman threw the kitchen sink at her. Yeah, that is good play.
Philosophical reaction from Kaufman, who had to acknowledge the quality of that previous point. And this is impressive from the number 3 seed. We knew there'd be a reply. We knew a parry riposte would come. Can she hold on and take the game and level the match? Oh, Kaufman just goes long and wide. It's game point, 4 of them.
Fighting to the last breath here, Annette Kaufman. A dainty dink with the forehand touch. And again, against the floatier ball, she's been brilliant at coming through with the forehand flick and punching with the backhand.
So well done from Chun Shing Tong. She's levelled it at 1 apiece. A dynamic change in this enthralling contest between the world number 3 and the world number 111. And you really have to congratulate her on getting right back into it. 11-7 after losing the first 11-9. Let's head over to table number 2 and a mixed doubles match point for the Japanese. Straight games win, very nicely done for them. No complications, no drama on table 2 by comparison to what's happening here on table number 1, and they'll be very pleased about that, the Japanese partnership. Oh, were it that simple for her, but it isn't. She's really got to work now. So now we ask ourselves the same question of Annette Kaufmann that we asked of Chen Xingtong. What will the response be? And one would back Kaufmann to make a response. Showed no signs of her head dropping, showed no signs of her belief waning.
Third game, Kaufmann to serve, love 4.
Let's begin game number 3.
What we saw in that last game was a great bit of adaptation from Chen Xingtong, and Annette Kaufmann had to really shuffle the deck mentally to come up with something new on the serve receive.
She has got some really fine decision making.
I think the reverse pendulum was working well. She's keeping her cards close to her chest right now, Kaufmann. I wouldn't be surprised to see her try and serve a little bit quicker throughout this match.
Well, that's another super rally. Yes, she gets a little fortune, but in sport generally you earn your luck.
Good shot selection. She was trying to bide her time, slow the pace down to give herself more space and time to play the next shot. But Chen Xingtong doesn't increase the pace of the rally. Crafty play. Divisive with the backhand.
When you consider the age of that player, when you consider that Annette Kaufmann is 18, in terms of her demeanour, her sense of authority, her composure, if you just took somebody fresh into this match and said she's 28, they'd believe you. She's just got so much beyond her years.
Not in terms of appearance, but in terms of demeanour, 100%. She is so mature, has great match management, good stress management. There's a fire within Kaufmann, isn't there, as well? You can see that. I like that. It's captivating.
Look at where we find ourselves. 3 apiece in the 3rd game. This is tight. Oh!
3-4.
From quite a way away from the table.
No way. No way. That is the best shot I have seen all events so far. Oh my word.
Well, she's putting together her own highlight reel here.
When going for these forehand counters with that level of power against such a spinny ball, such a quality topspin, your margin for error is close to 0. She's playing emphatically here.
6-3.
Chen Xingtong has just become the shadow of the player she was before.
This is quite extraordinary. It's as though no one has mentioned to Annette Kaufmann that she's playing the world number 3.
Tell me about it.
4-6.
We've got ourselves a real contest at the start of the day as we come close to midday local time here in Qatar.
This serve's causing a few issues here. This shuffle serve of Chen Xingtong. coming round the side of the ball, it's tough to identify whether it's top spinny or back spinny. You've got to look at the logo on the ball as an indication, and the first bounce can leave a clue. But you've barely got any time on the receive, that's the thing.
6-all. I just remind you that it was a 3/4 to 1/4 split in the fan vote. Oh, well,
6-7.
not much can be done about that.
Staying loose was the key there for Chen Tong.
Another example of great judgment.
Sometimes it's easy to overthink those shots when your opponent plays quite a slow ball, almost giving you too much time, as it were, to decide what to do. Kaufmann crystal clear in her approach. Good third ball kill.
Fantastic. When she gets chances, she takes them.
It's hard to say who is more likely to tire. I mean, this is already such a war, and it's only the third game, remember that. How sustainable is this? They're both trying to finish it as soon as possible, as you would expect. Fasten your seatbelts.
In answer to your question, how sustainable is it? I've no idea, but it's going to be fun finding out.
It certainly is.
Third play on. 8-all.
Splendid response from the German to losing that second game. She has not allowed Chen Tong to grab the match by the scruff of the neck. That says a lot, that reaction.
9-all.
Now, what a massive moment in the match. 9-all in the third game. The number 3 seed with the serve. Oh, there's a heavy atmosphere in this place. Engrossingly so. Oh, another world-class shot.
Talk about biting the bait, and talk about a burglary. Kaufmann is sending shockwaves down the spines of the Chinese supporters here. Goosebumps on table 1.
She wasn't a million miles away.
So much topspin coming in to the forehand off that tight serve. There aren't many options for Kaufmann there. It's crafty from Chen Tong again.
It's a good effort from Kaufmann to recover,
11-10.
but it's now game point to Chen Tong.
A nip and tuck rally there, just a little bit of fortune for Chen Tong. Unlucky for the German. She's played well in these last 2 points.
She has saved a game point. Can she now convert it? Well, that is brilliant from Chen Tong. Absolutely brilliant. because she was up against it, had to save a game point, and she's done what really high-quality players do. She's grabbed the advantage when it comes her way. 12-10 in the third. She leads 2-1. Gavin Maguire is right down there by the action. Gavin, what are your thoughts?
Guys, so exciting down here. What a match we have on our hands. And actually, there's almost two matches going on. So there's what's happening on the table and also in the coaches area. Tamara Borosh is playing every point of this match behind the bench as well. It's amazing. So emotive, so much passion going on, constant instruction, constant positive reinforcement. And we know Tamara is one of the handful of European players that has a World Championship medal to her name. So she knows exactly the position that Annette Kaufmann finds herself in now. An interesting one to watch.
That's so interesting, the perspective of Gavin there's the Tamara Borosh. Yes, playing it point by point as so many coaches must do. Bronze medalist in the singles competition at the 2003 World Championships in Paris. She's known Kaufmann for about 6 years. Met her at the European Youth Championships, and I've told the story before, I'll tell it again, that Kaufmann came up to her and just detailed everything that she thought she'd done wrong in the match, and Borosh just looked at her and went, yep, that was it. Borosh knew she'd got somebody who was highly coachable.
One love.
I'm mindful of one of my favourite quotations from the late, great Terry Pratchett, who said, after all, when I ask you for advice, it's not because I want you to give it, it's because I want you to be there while I talk to myself.
I like that.
Love two.
I like that a lot. Yeah, what a coach, Borosh. Former world number 2. Back in 2002. Doing great things for the German women. But that ability to self-coach, so important. Sometimes you do just need to say it out loud in order to manifest it. If you're brave enough to say it, especially to other people, it feels like it could come true.
And I would add to that a really good coach then knows not to say anything in return, to let you actually have the last word, let your voice be the powerful one.
Yeah, that's key. It's amazing, you know, a lot of my friends and certain people on social media, you know, when they ask me, what are the coaches saying to the players? It must be so complex, so interesting. They're expecting something complicated, but the answer is often not. The answer is often so simple, referencing the fundamentals that you may just be forgetting under pressure. These players are so good, they're at higher risk of overcomplication. They're not doing enough.
2-5.
Now, this is a really interesting juncture in the contest. Chen Xingtong is looking increasingly in control. So what does she do now? Well, that, for example. She does that.
5-3.
Another phenomenal effort.
Chen Xingtong must have felt like she was playing Ding Ning. What an unbelievable serve. The tomahawk coming out to play. And the follow-up. Superb. Kaufmann showing a bit more versatility in her service portfolio there. But Chen Xingtong knows how strong Kaufmann is on both wings. She's playing it now, mostly down the middle of the table, testing the recovery of the long-levered German. The ideal height to be as a table tennis player is around 5'9", 5'10". It's so taxing on especially the knees to get low, and you want to be low in table tennis so that your head is at a closer level to the net to optimize awareness around that area.
8-4.
3 points away from a 3-1 advantage. Chen Xingtong.
It's 5.
Kaufmann is not backing down. As if we were to expect anything other than that. But something has changed in how she's approaching this match, not just tactically, but psychologically.
Yeah, she's managed to stitch Annette Kaufmann into that middle. I'll say it before, I'll say it again. It's going to be tough now for Kaufmann to come up with an answer. You can see she's not comfortable
5-10.
because she's pushing it into the middle. She can't get the elbow in the right position to anchor the backhand.
All of that leads to 5 game points.
5-10.
And that is really so strong from Chen Xingtong. She has tactically found a solution. She has just produced the most dominant game that we've seen from either player in this contest. The margin of victory, 6 points, 1 more game, that's all she needs. She's looking bamboozled, she's looking baffled. What response will we get from Kaufmann as we go into the next game? 11-5 in the 4th. Meanwhile, a dream is alive. The last player from the host nation, the men's singles round of 64 is next. Mohammed Abdul Wahab is going to face Anton Shelberry. It is going to be a mighty old test for the home player. Good fortune to him as he gets ready. That's the next match.
Time. Time.
She is so close to victory. The number 3 seed, Chen Xingtong. Annette Kaufmann has made it fiercely difficult. Let us see in this game if the German player, the 18-year-old reigning world youth champion, can craft a solution to Chen's strategy of going down the middle.
For me, the answer to that would be trying to become a little bit more forehand orientated in this match. She needs to try and open the table for herself, aka stretching Chen Xingtong ASAP.
1-0.
She doesn't want to be caught for space, having to play backhands from the middle. She won't be able to produce enough power doing that. She won't be able to change placement effectively enough with that, with a shot such as a fanning backhand, which is quite high risk.
2-1.
The risk of it will be she may have to leave the wide forehand exposed, but for me, that's the best way to do it. Otherwise, this match could be over in the matter of minutes.
And at the conclusion of the match, the winner will know they're facing Isabella Lupulescu, unseeded player who beat Elisabetta Samara, the number 24 seed from Romania by retirement. She has, for so much of this match, Kaufmann, matched Chen Xingtong in those explosive rallies. There is a lot, whatever the outcome, for the German to feel enormously emboldened by. Just remember, she's only 18. She's outside the top 100 at the moment. Yes, she's been a top 50 player. But this is the kind of display that really could put her on the map.
She's played some stunning table tennis, and She had a great Olympics. She beat Miwa Haramoto. Got some key victories against the Indian women's team who've caused a real wave in the world of table tennis in recent history. Challenging China in the women's group stage last year in Busan. Showing such promise, going toe-to-toe with a top 5 Chinese Hall of Famer. Incredible. But what you can learn from a player like Chen Qintong is that you don't always have to play with pace. Look how hard Kaufman's having to work to win a point. Look how Chen Qintong is saying, okay, I'm going to give you this ball that you probably will be able to attack. Watch how I use your pace. Chen Qintong is so good at abbreviating her strokes. So compact, so efficient at the table.
And she is, the more the match goes on, looking as though she has found a solution to the dilemmas posed by this bright prospect from Germany. It will be, one imagines, relief more than jubilation at the close of this match for the Chinese squad.
3-6. I'm up.
And the timeout now has been summoned by Annette Kaufmann. She'll take a moment to confer with Tamara Borosh.
That tomahawk serve is superb. So many players would send that ballooning long. Not Chen Qintong, wise to it. Let's see if this timeout can help the German.
Es nervt einfach, weil sie wirklich, ihr Schupf ist so schlecht, der Schupf. Sie schupft so. Ich erwarte das halt nicht. Und der Ball bleibt halt dann stehen.
Ja, das ist super, stopp, bleib stehen, du musst ein bisschen mehr.
Nach vorne, ich weiß, aber ich laufe schlecht.
Gute Idee, mal so ein bisschen, manchmal Fehler, aber das ist diese Idee. Ein bisschen Distanz zum Ball, das ist gut. Komm, komm.
Evidently a very fine understanding between those two. Evidently a very fine young player there. Complicated though for Kaufmann. We could see it just in the body language, a lot that's frustrating her. An argument to be made that it's great to see her so frustrated in a situation like this, not satisfied with how things are going, with the obvious belief that she has the capacity to beat, to knock out the number 3 seed.
That's right. She's so invested in this, you just can't take your eyes off it. It's hard not to root for an underdog. At the end of the day, we want to see the top Chinese tested. That's what makes them have to bring out their very, very best play. And look at this.
Do you think, to a degree, they want to see themselves tested?
That's a very good question. At the World Championships, no.
Gavin Maguire down there, right by the coaches, right by the players. How's it looking from down there?
Very interesting down here, Ollie. The Chinese fans look a little bit more calm now than they did before when it was 1-0 to Annette Kaufmann. Still a little bit on edge, of course, because the German is putting up a serious fight here. It's not over yet.
Certainly not done and dusted, just a 1-point advantage.
6-5.
Let's see what the rest of this game and possibly this contest, should Chen Qintong hold on, brings us. Raw from Kaufmann. levels the game.
Well, Gav touched upon that first game. Remember, Chen Qintong was, what, 8-4 up? So how much does a lead feel like a lead? Chen Qintong may have begun to think about the finish line just a little bit too much. Kaufman charging back.
6-7.
What I will say is that at this moment, I don't think that serving with a lot of spin would be the right idea for Annette Kaufman.
She's almost there. She's handling the crucial stage of this match with such poise. Not easy, one imagines, to be a favourite when you're taking on somebody as good as Kaufman. Somebody with such authority who is desperate to cause an upset. Ripples around these championships. And she is going to depart, if she does depart, with her head held high and fighting hard. The young German still in this.
That's a great pickup. The ball touching the golden edge.
Yeah!
Oh, she sniffed it out. She pounces on that barely attackable serve, fanning across the back of the ball. Oh, wow. That's a really stylistic shot from Annette Kaufman. And that point was as good as a must-win.
She has ball in hand. It is 8-all. It's not quite done. It is not quite done.
That is so difficult to do, Ollie. So much topspin coming in. Went for the punch, timed it to perfection. And we go into a game number 6.
One more opportunity for the young German. She did have a game point in game number 3. We just remind ourselves that Chen Qintong has already fought her way back. But Kaufman continues. The German goes on. It's 3-2. It seemed as though the contest was all but over. This 18-year-old disagrees with vehemence. What a pleasure to watch this contest.
That is massive from Annette Kaufman, and I'm so glad as a neutral we get to see another game. This is delivered. This is brilliant. Stay tuned. You will not want to miss this 6th game.
Und ich glaube, es ist besser, wenn sie mich lang anschuft, dass ich erstmal in Vorhand anfange.
Now, over on table number 3, match point facing Manika Batra. And Park Ga-hyun with the win in straight games in the women's singles round of 64, the second round. Big result over there on table 3.
Time.
Just in case you all needed some extra drama and this match wasn't providing enough. Oh, what a day. What a start to day 4 at these ITTF World Table Tennis Championships Finals, Doha 2025. Wonderful to have your company. Wonderful to be watching this enthralling match between a leading player in the world and a youngster who wants to be right at the very top.
Let's just take a breath because our hearts are almost certainly going to be getting racing again soon.
Yes, well, that's not a bad first point, is it?
1-love.
It's just exhausting. It's amazing to still think that there's people out there that don't think table tennis is a sport. Have they not watched world-class matches before?
I'm exhausted just watching this.
And it's all the work that you don't see as well. The thousands of hours of multi-ball, the resistance training, the stretching in order to maintain fluidity, looseness in the right areas and actually get tense in the right areas as well.
Yeah!
So much goes into what you're seeing here. Can't do it justice with words.
Fraser, what is key for Kaufmann coming into this game? What does she need to do?
She needs a good start, and to get a good start, she is going to have to be as aggressive as possible. I'll go back to what I said before. I think because Chen Xintong is a little bit nervous, serving with a little bit more topspin, and actually float, no spin at all, I think will do her good. She's punching well, her forehand's been on fire.
4-1.
In the serve receive, she's been touching well. I just think it's about the serve now. She doesn't want to have to continue playing too many long rallies.
Play on turn.
She has to look to have a bit of shock and awe.
There are some very nervous fans in this building. The Chen Xintong supporters know that she will be not fortunate, because you don't win matches at this level through luck, but she will do well to escape this.
Good choice there with that reverse pendulum serve. Preempted the third ball there, telegraphed and capitalised. Nice there, moving her body to the left to mislead Chen Xintong before the point of contact.
Left. Challenge.
Oh, here we go.
Challenge 4. Toss angle.
So we are going to see a challenge brought into play.
Challenge.
Auch wenn falsch ist, ist mir egal. Soll sie machen, wenn sie nur so
Challenge by Chen.
sagt alles über sie aus.
Opponent.
So we're going to have a look at it first of all before the official process.
Deshalb. Ich weiß, dass gut ist. Ich weiß, dass sie nicht Rückschlag machen kann.
Plenty of discussion going on. There are 8 things that can be challenged in the TTR review. And here is the official review process that you're watching now. Okay. The service angle must not be more than 30 degrees.
And it was 33, so
challenge successful.
Challenge successful.
5-3. Chen remaining 2 challenge.
Well, that was a very well called challenge. Yes, 8 things that you can challenge for, and that service toss angle is number 4 on the list. Now is not the time to go into the other 7. There's a little bit more to take our attention away, but we'll see more of those reviews as these championships go on, doubtless. A very exciting new feature of table tennis.
3-7.
And this is a very exciting development from Chen Xintong's point of view, because she has a 4-point advantage, is 4 points from victory. Very well done.
Yeah, you can't stress enough the importance of a single point. I think the disappointment of that has bled into Kaufmann's game in the last few. Better from her there.
8-4.
And the reaction was so indicative of that. That meant a great deal, that point.
Surely not another twist in this tail, Ollie.
You never know. In this match, frankly, any surprise would be no surprise. but it
9-4.
may be that the conclusion is near. It may be that Chen Xingtong and her supporters are about to breathe a big sigh of relief, because relief will be the dominant emotion. But Kaufmann is not ready, just as was the case in the previous game. Not ready to yield.
Chen Xingtong put on the back foot straight from the flick there. Good recovery from Kaufmann. What a fight we're seeing here. Chen Xingtong just taking a step, taking a breath. Nerve-wracking times indeed.
Incredible.
9-7.
Absolutely phenomenal resilience from the reigning world youth champion. And if she wins this next point, things suddenly become very, very nervy. Reacting like she'd won the whole contest. This is extraordinary.
9-8.
She is dialed in here. She's in her flow state. Surely not another lead scuppered.
Chen. Chen. Time wasting.
Well, now admonished for wasting too much time formally. Chen Xingtong just to add to the tension. Now a change of equipment too.
Tough to say whether this is mind games or not, but regardless, Chen Xingtong really needs this point.
It's Kaufmann who makes it 9-all.
What on earth is happening here, ladies and gentlemen? This is heroic from Kaufmann.
Annette Kaufmann, as her coach roars with her, has won 6 of the last 8 points. But boy, does she need this one. Oh, it's just gone long.
9-10.
Quietly, a fist raised into the air. Chen Xingtong with match point. Kaufmann has the serve. Does she have one last shot of brilliance? Oh, that is so hard. Not just physically, but psychologically for that win. A small smile, a big victory. 9-11, 11-7, 12-10, 11-5, 9-11, 11-9. Point after point after point after point of drama and quality. It was a privilege to watch. And Annette Kaufmann, leave with your head held high. You're going places.
Well, it finished somewhat anticlimactically. Unsurprising given how good the game was throughout. That has to go down as a World Championships classic. What a performance from Annette Kaufmann. You can be proud of yourself despite how you might be feeling now. And credit for Chen Xingtong for having the minerals to get over the line in the end there.
This 9-9. Yes. This boat, you would win this thing. She would out of order.
It was a good match, but...
Yeah, I'm proud of you.
It will hurt. But she doesn't have to like it. She just has to come back ready for the next one. And it's Annette Kaufmann, so you can bet your bottom dollar she will. almost an hour of absolutely enthralling entertainment. Annette Kaufmann, congratulations and commiserations in equal measure. Chun-Shing Tong victorious, a great display against a very tough young player. The 27-year-old number 3 ranked player in the world, tested, and she's passed, and she's through, and that's what matters. The journey goes on. Chun-Shing Tong is into the next round. So we have a meeting to come with Isabella Lupulescu for Chun-Shing Tong in the 3rd round of this competition, the women's singles at the 2025 ITTF World Table Tennis Championships. She will doubtless feel a sense of relief, but that was a very impressive display of resilience. Exciting to watch, a classic, as the gentleman next to me, Fraser Riley, quite rightly said. We have to hear from the victor. It will be so interesting to get her thoughts. Chun-Shing Tong is now catching her breath, as we all catch our breath, frankly, and we're going to go to the winner of this contest. Chun-Shing Tong is with Gavin.
Congratulations on winning this match. It was your first time playing Annette Kaufmann. How did you prepare for the match?
首先，恭喜彤彤拿下这场遭遇战。今天你是第一次和考夫曼对战，自己在赛前是如何准备的呢？
首先我觉得她也是一名年轻的、非常优秀的运动员吧。然后在赛前的时候也是观看了她的一些比赛，然后我觉得她确实整体的精神面貌，包括技术，都是有这种年轻运动员的风范吧。然后我觉得她的表现也是非常好。
First of all, she's a very young and excellent player. So before the match, I watched some videos of her plays. She's a very good player with good techniques. So I've done some preparations.
And how did you stay calm in your mind to turn things around after losing the first game?
在第一局输掉之后，你是怎么样稳住自己的心态，然后拿下这场比赛的呢？
确实，在第一局输了，其实在赛前也可能会准备到这种情况，然后还是把赛前准备到的一些东西尽情的去发挥出来，因为我觉得7局4胜嘛，可能第一局才是刚刚开始。
Indeed, losing the first game was to be expected before the match. I just wanted to execute my preparations before the match. Yeah.
And lastly, how will you prepare for the next match?
你是怎么样展望自己之后的比赛呢？
我觉得能多赢一场就多赢一场吧，然后全力以赴。
I would do my best and hope I can win more matches.
Thank you.
谢谢。
And this is what it all means for Chun-Shing Tong. She will take on Isabella Lupulescu, the unseeded player who beat the number 24 seed Elizaveta Samara of Romania in the previous round. Congratulations to Chun-Shing Tong on an extremely tough victory. Great entertainment. Well, we all need something nice and relaxing to calm down after that. Tough. What you're going to get instead is the last remaining player from Qatar in the event. Good luck to Mohammed Abdul Wahab as he, with heart and emotion, takes on Anton Shelberry. That's coming right up.
Welcome along to the Lusail Arena. Have you caught your breath after that blockbuster that we just witnessed? Well, the local crowd will hope to be in good voice. They'll hope to have a reason to cheer next up, because the local hero, the last man standing for Qatar, is in action next. Mohammed Abdul Wahab, the local hero, the Arab champion, looking to cause an upset when he takes on the number 15 seed Anton Schallberg of Sweden. That's coming up next, ahead of two further matches in this morning's opening session. Well, there is action, there is class. Back-to-back talents on display in the Lusail Arena.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to welcome the players. On table number 1, representing Qatar, Mohammed Abdul Wahab. Representing Sweden, Anton Schallberg.
Well, the players have arrived at table 1. The stage is set for this round of 64 men's singles encounter. Will it be the world number 15 of Sweden, Anton Schallberg, who has conquered all before him at continental level? Will it be the Arab champion, Mohammed Abdul Wahab, who continues his quest for glory on his home turf? Best of 7 games in the singles. Abdul Wahab, the last Qatari man standing, 7 players from the home nation in total, so the hopes of the entire country rest on that man's shoulders. A first meeting between this pair, separated by quite some distance in the world rankings, but can Abdul Wahab give the home crowd reason to cheer in this one? Well, we've seen this man in action at table 1 before this week. Crowd favourite, as you'd expect.
Okay. Close. Red, black. If you want black, it will be red. You want to receive. What do you want? Side. Okay.
Well, that concludes the formalities, and we welcome along to the commentary booth Gavin Maguire, who's here looking forward to this one. Mohammed Abdul Wahab, we've enjoyed watching him all week in the men's singles and in the men's doubles. The Qatari fans have enjoyed watching him as well. And Gavin, on paper, it's a huge mismatch, isn't it? But the home player does have the support of the crowd on his side.
He does indeed, Rebecca. He's going to have everybody in this arena behind him. Anton Schallberg is going to have to find a way to deal with that. But Mohammed Abdul Wahab was in super form in his first matchup, and he'll be looking to replicate some of that. And he'll need to go up another couple of gears if he wants to take down Anton Schallberg.
Well, we saw him in a pulsating first round encounter against Alfred de la Peña of New Zealand. He was roaring his way through that. His brother, his younger brother Abdullah, was watching from the stands. And after that win, he said the crowd was pivotal to his success. So now, no doubt he's going to feed off that energy once again. And of course, he is the last Qatari standing in this one. And let's take another look then at that impressive win over Alfred de la Peña, day 1 of competition. This is the match point, and look at the reaction. Listen to the crowd. It meant so much to him, that impressive straight games win, to seal his place in this match. We also saw him in action in the men's doubles alongside his younger brother. Was knocked out in the opening round there, so no doubt the younger of the two Abdul Wahab brothers will be back here fully focused on his big brother's success in the men's singles. But he must come up against this man, Anton Schallberg, the 27-year-old from Sweden, number 15 in the world. He's been been ranked as high as 12. That was April of last year, so he's playing around about his very best table tennis at the minute, and he had a comprehensive straight games win in his opener against Mohammed El Bayali in the first round. Of course, the Swede, he's a two-time Olympian. He's a silver medalist from the last Olympic Games in the men's team, and Gavin, he is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, Anton is one of the most dynamic players on the tour. Explosive speed, really quick arm over the table. So dangerous when he plays. Sometimes goes under the radar. Even though he's world number 15, he can go under the radar because he's playing in a team with Truls Morgaard, who's obviously one of the biggest stars in the game. So he uses that to his advantage, Anton Kjellberg.
Well, a first meeting between this pair, but I'm sure that the Swede will know plenty about his opponent today. There'll be a lot of noise about this Qatari player in his home tournament, just taking a bit of time to make his way to the table, making sure everything is perfectly in place as it should be. Laces tied, socks pulled up high, and we're almost ready to go. Well, the expectation is on the Swede to progress through to the round
Muhammad
of
versus
32.
Kjellberg
Abdul Wahab.
Anton.
He's got
The first
momentum.
game, Abdul Wahab to serve. Love all. Love one.
You know, given what we know about this Qatari player, he feeds off the energy of the crowd. He said his opening round win was so important because Doha, his hometown, his home country, is hosting this. How will we see him approaching this match? Because he clearly wants to give the fans reason to cheer.
It's all about him getting a good start here.
Love.
Obviously, he's 2-0 down at the moment, but he can turn it around quickly. He needs to try and get a game on the board within the first two. That's crucial so that Anton Kjellberg doesn't get too comfortable and start to pull away. That's when it becomes even more difficult.
3 love.
And his full focus, of course, is on the men's singles. We watched him in action with his brother against the Romanian pair, Iulian Chirita and Edward Ionescu. They were knocked out in straight games, but I suppose the advantage of that is that he's able to fully focus on the singles campaign. But it's a fantastic start for the number 15 seed so far.
Love 5.
Gets his first point on the board, and it was a good one at that, showing some real aggression, the Qatari.
Good setup with the serve. Received from Anton Kjellberg, popping up and taking his chance with a nice hooked forehand.
Six, 1.
That's a
1,
lovely
7.
snap forehand from Anton Kjellberg. Qatari player did everything right there, picking up the half-long serve. Anton just turned and made it look easy.
Two, 7. Eight, 2. Nine, 2. 3-9.
Nice bit of fortune there for Abdul Wahab. He'll need a few more of those to get back into this first game. Starting with his serve.
Four, 9.
That's a superb point for Abdul Wahab, a confidence-boosting point. And you said he needed to take his chances on the serve, Gavin, and he's done just that.
Yeah, great setup play. He's done that a couple of times already. Just getting exactly the type of receive that he wants from Anton, popping up so that he can run around and attack with his forehand. That's where he needs to start to pull away. Just get even a little bit of luck against the Schellberg service.
Dead. Six, 10.
Well, given that it is a first meeting between this pair, do you suspect that Schellberg has been into the training hall to check out what Abdul Wahab has been up to?
Yeah, I'm sure he's been keeping an eye on him to some degree in the training hall, but more so he would have seen what he can maybe in the video footage in the archives, see what's out there for Abdul Wahab, just to get an understanding of his style, what to expect, and he
11.
definitely will have watched his first round match back.
Anton.
Well, the first game goes the way of the Swede, 6-time German Bundesliga champion. But he was made to work hard for that one. Abdul Wahab with something of a comeback towards the end, but the first one goes the way of Anton Schellberg, 11 points to 6. Well, Anton Schellberg is seeded 15 here in this tournament. Let's have a look at the top 16. Lin Chidong, world number 1, top of the pile, followed by his compatriot Wang Chuqin himself, a former world number 1. We've lost a couple of seeds. Deng Cho of Germany in a huge upset yesterday at the hands of Tom Jarvis. And Alexis Lebrun is pulling out, possibly because of injury. If that is the case, we wish him the speediest of recoveries, but he is a big loss to the tournament. One half of the formidable French pair, the Lebrun brothers, always entertaining to watch. That is a real shame to have lost Alexis Lebrun from the tournament. But back to the match at hand. Anton Schellberg will look to pull away against the tricky opponent that is Mohammed Abdul Wahab, carrying the host nation's hopes on his shoulders.
The second game.
Schellberg, the two-time Olympian. Schellberg, of course, also into the last 16 in men's doubles with Truls Morgaard. It's a really exciting time for Swedish table tennis. Well represented here at these World Championships.
There's been a real resurgence in Swedish table tennis in recent years with the likes of Schellberg and Truls Morgaard, and even Christian Carlsen and Matthias Falk becoming world champions in doubles. So we see a lot of stars in the game now. Became so accustomed to over the years with the likes of Jorgen Persson and Jan-Ove Waldner. And the list goes on.
1-1.
And I'm sure that there will be a new generation of Qatari players inspired by the exploits of Abdul Wahab here this week.
Let 1-1. One, two.
for Abdul Wahab, and after his last match we saw those celebrations, we saw how much it meant to him, and he posted on social media saying history made at home into the best 64 in the world. Really is a wonderful achievement no matter what the result is here today for the Arab champion.
3-2.
Certainly a great result for him and a great result for table tennis in Qatar. He'll be delighted to be in this position now, and anything from here is an absolute bonus. But the opportunity to come out here on table one in front of the fans again, I'm sure he's going to enjoy every moment out there today and stay out there for as long as he can.
Three, 4. Five, 3.
Two amazing points from Shabak, showing great speed, and that's an absolutely devastating winning shot.
Just dominating the serve receive now, finding opportunities to attack at any moment.
Much better from Abdul Wahab.
6.
He's a confident player.
He's the type of player that goes on runs. He goes on runs and momentum shifts with him. Once he gets a couple of points on the board, he starts to get more and more confident, put more into his shots, and he can fly when he gets going.
Well, you could see what the plan was there. Just a bit too much on that one, but certainly still in touch, Abdul Wahab. Certainly Shabak will be hoping to go on a deep run at this tournament. His best result of the year coming in Singapore at the Singapore Smash, where he reached the last 16. The competition, of course, is fierce.
Eight, 5. Five, 9.
Oh, lovely forehand from Abdul Wahab there.
9.
Serving slightly long. Anton Shelberg picking it up with the forehand topspin. And look at this forehand counter.
Brilliant pressure from Anton Shabak to earn himself 4 game points. Abdul Wahab letting out a groan of frustration. But there wasn't much he could have done about that. Anton Schalberg wraps up the second game. 2 games to the good here in this best of 7, 11 points to 6, the same scoreline by which he took the first. Schalberg looking very good indeed, but don't write off the Qatari player. Well, let's have a look at another Sweden action way back in 1997. This is the men's singles final World Table Tennis Championships in Manchester. And this is what Anton Schalberg will be hoping to emulate.
Jan-Ove Waldner, one of the absolute greats of the sport. Potentially a GOAT, that's up for debate, but he was an absolute craftsman. He could do anything on the table, and he was renowned for some of the special shots and special rallies that he pulled off. No-look shots, chop blocks, long serve down the line. He had absolutely everything in his locker.
Yeah, brilliant to see that bit of footage there. And that will be a player that Schalberg will have studied deeply, I'm sure. Will have taken great inspiration from him.
The third game.
Back to table 1 now, 2 games away from his place in the round of 32. Abdul Wahab will be hoping to draw on the energy of this home crowd. He had such vocal support a couple of days ago. Can he feed off that, and can he make something happen here in game number 3?
Love 1. All.
You know, given that these players are now 2 games into this match, they've got a feel for each other. How do you anticipate the match unfolding from here? We could be halfway through, but Abdul Wahab needs to make sure that this isn't the halfway point. How can he do that?
It's a difficult moment for Abdul Wahab. As we mentioned in the beginning, Rebecca, Anton Schalberg now has 2 games on the board, so he's going to feel more relaxed, he's going to feel more comfortable, and that's going to allow him to play his best table tennis. So Abdul Wahab is going to need something special, and he's going to need to do it fast to turn around.
We saw him swiping the ball away there, looking frustrated. He needs to keep a lid on those emotions, channel that into something positive, rather than letting those frustrations bubble up.
Yellow card. Let 1, 3.
Just picked up a yellow card there, Abdul Wahab, for that reaction that you mentioned. Sometimes that can spur a player on, though. You get a little bit annoyed that something like that has happened, and it kicks you on, and all of a sudden you use that annoyance, you use the anger, and it channels some of your best.
4, 2.
Well, he's very much still in touch, just 2 points down in the opening stages of game number 3. He's not dead and buried just yet.
Four, 3.
Great stuff from Anton Schalberg.
3, 5.
Abdul Wahab was showing signs of gaining momentum and just making sure that doesn't happen. Great forehand down the line.
Superb work in the rally from Abdul Wahab, and just like that, he's brought himself back to within a point here. And just as you said, he's shaken off the frustration that saw him go 3 points down. This is a good recovery from the Qatari.
And a nice backhand spin up there. He's definitely showing what he can do out there now. Putting a little bit of pressure on the Schalberg side of the table.
6-5.
Cool as a cucumber, Anton Schellberg. Just so compact when he plays that forehand.
Sorry. 5-7.
And was that luck or was that precision? Maybe a bit of both. Fast serve from Schellberg, just clipping our golden line.
Well, there's the argument that you do create your own luck, so maybe it was a bit of both.
Five, 8. Nine, 5. Nine, 6.
Well, it's a very calm point from Abdul Wahab.
Oh, that's lovely from Abdul Wahab.
7,
Baiting
9.
Anton Schellberg there by pushing long. Anton stepped around to play his forehand topspin. And watch this. He left him standing.
Come on!
Well, two amazing
8,
points
9.
for the world number 368, and he's not afraid to show his emotions, Abdul Wahab.
And impressively, he's serving long, pushing long, not afraid of Anton Schellberg's attack. Brave points coming from the Qatari man.
First, you go a little bit more in front, he's fine. Directly. Yeah. Don't play the ball.
Well, Abdul Wahab forcing Anton Schellberg into the timeout. Let's head down to join Fraser Riley. Fraser, what are your thoughts on that?
It's been an interesting match so far. I feel as though the Swede has got the blend perfectly between control and aggression. He's using his serve to attack Mohamed Abdul Wahab straight away. I think that the Qatari starts serving better himself now. There's just so much pressure on him to finish the rally quickly because of how good Anton Schellberg is when it gets into the open play. You can see some of his winners here. Relentless.
Fascinating stuff. Thank you very much indeed, Fraser. So the pressure is on Abdul Wahab to get those rallies finished off quickly. But it seems to be Schellberg that's feeling the pressure, forced into that timeout with Abdul Wahab just a single point behind him now as we enter the closing stages of game number 3. And Abdul Wahab has got to take confidence from that, knowing he's forced the number 15 seed into needing a break.
Great setup play there from Anton Schellberg. A clever timeout from his side, killing all the momentum. And then just taking over the table, controlling. And that forehand attack we've seen so much of already, proving the difference.
Ten, 9.
First of 3 game points. Save for Abdul Wahab, hanging in on this one.
I know.
Saved the first, couldn't save the second, and that is a third game in a row for Anton Schalberg. 11 points to 9, but Abdul Wahab, a much improved performance in the third, but the pressure is very much on the world number 368. Must win this next game in this best of 7 if he is to remain alive in these World Championships. Let's have a look then at the all-French encounter over on table 6. This is the University Sport Complex, one of 2 elite venues hosting these World Championships. Charlotte Lutz defeating her teammate in the women's singles round of 32 to seal her place in round 3. Well, another French woman in action next up on table number 1, Pratika Pavad. Look forward to seeing her in action next up. She'll be taking to the table upon the conclusion of the match between Schalberg and Abdul Wahab. Pratika Pavad, a very accomplished French player, the world number 9, former world number 19, just outside that at the moment, so playing very good table tennis indeed, and look forward to seeing her in action very shortly indeed. But
the fourth game,
back to the match at hand. Abdul Wahab, can he get a game on the board to remain alive in these World Championships? Anton Schalberg will want to get this wrapped up in straight games.
What a little slap down the line from Abdul Wahab. He looked completely out of the point. Anton in control. And another one of those. We've seen him do that so many times now.
Sorry. 2 love.
And look at that for momentum. Abdul Wahab with 6 of the last 8 points in his favour.
Two, 1.
You know, Abdul Wahab is not a player, Gavin, who's short on belief. Do you think he's got what it takes in this must-win game?
At the moment, I think it's game by game for Abdul Wahab. He certainly believes he's good enough to win a game, and if you're good enough to win a game, you can win more than one game. So he'll just be looking to take this one, get it on the board, get back to the coach, and stay alive for as long as possible.
Two, 3.
Oh!
4, 2.
Slightly uncharacteristic from Anton, but Abdul Wahab will be happy.
Well, he looked almost shocked, didn't he, there, as he turned to face his coach, as if to say, what on earth just happened?
Four, 3.
Gorgeous backhand flick.
Four, all.
Abdul Wahab gets himself in front again, and he's really thriving under the pressure of this must-win game. And you said earlier, Gavin, he wants to stay in this tournament as long as possible, and whether that's just another game, that's certainly what he's looking to do here.
Yeah, he's fighting for his life out there, Abdul Wahab. You can see even there, defending from behind the table, just trying to stay in every rally as long as he can. Hope to come out on top. Great recovery from Anton Schellberg. Little apology, maybe not the cleanest of hits on that last ball. Possibly coming off the edge of his racket. But a nice backhand winner all the same.
Bra träffar. Härligt. Både flippen och sista kanonträff. Handen eller? Vi ser vad servarna. Någon speciell du känner?
Let's head across then to table 7. Lin Gaoyan of China. Taking on Mauricio Cifuentes of Argentina. Difficult fourth game, but gets it done in straight games to seal his place in the round of 32. Job well done indeed for the Chinese player.
Mitten, backen nästan. Perfekt.
Även om det kommer backen så kan han aldrig sätta så mycket press. Liksom.
Nej, jag håller med. Även från forehandsidan har varit farligast. Så det, nej. Vad sa du?
Någon ibland kan man lite närmare.
To play. What's coming out on these rallies? Come on. Hey.
Well, timeouts used now for both players. Abdul Wahab, a single point adrift. What do you think the words of advice will have been from his coach?
6.
I think it'll be largely around fighting. You know, he's got to fight. He's got to stay in every point. He's going to win some points from his own serve. We've seen that he can be dangerous. So it's about how he receives Anton Schellberg's serve. Can he hold it tight? Can he keep him from attacking?
So high.
7, 5. Eight, 5. Five, 9.
Now there's a momentum shift. Anton Schellberg has won 7 of the last 8 points. Applying some serious pressure as he looks to get the job done here.
Six, 9.
Push into the net, and that is
6.
match points for Schellberg. 4 of them, in fact.
Ten, 7.
Sorry.
11.
Well, he saved one match
7.
point. He couldn't save another. Anton Schellberg safely through to the next round, to the round of 32, with a straight games win over a very valiant contender indeed. Mohammed Abdul Wahab can be proud of his campaign here on his home turf in Doha. But here his journey ends, and it is Anton Schellberg, the number 15 seed, safely through to the next round. And there he will face the winner of the match between Maharu Yoshimura and Robert Gardos.
Produced some great moments in that match, Abdul Wahab. Unfortunately, on this occasion for him, Anton Schellberg was just a little bit too strong. Too much power behind the attacks, too much speed. But it's a tournament he'll remember for the rest of his life, Abdul Wahab. He'll take that home with his family, and he'll never forget the experience of playing in front of a Qatari crowd at the World Championships.
So here's how the match panned out. A straight games win for the Swede, the 15th seed here. A very, very valiant effort indeed for Abdul Wahab, the last Qatari standing. 7 Qatari players in all at these World Championships, and he's the one who got the furthest. The Arab champion will leave with some valuable lessons and a wonderful experience playing among the world's best. But congratulations to Sweden's Anton Schallberg, and we look forward to seeing him in the next round.
Anton, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Mohamed's an upcoming player, left-handed, he has some tricky shots. What are your thoughts on the match?
Yeah, it was a tricky match sometimes. I really needed to stay sharp all the time. When I wasn't, then I was getting punished directly. So I think I played really well match. Really happy, of course, to win 4-0 like I did today. So I'm just really, really satisfied with my performance.
Congratulations. And I mean, what would it mean for you to have an amazing run here at the World Championships? Wasn't long ago since you and your teammates put that Olympic silver around your neck. Please share your thoughts on that.
Yeah, well, of course, that's an experience you would like to live a couple more times in your life. So it's a long way there. It's a lot of hard work and you know, difficult moments if I want to be able to reach that. So I'm going to do everything I can, and then let's see how it plays out.
Thank you. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Well, that's how the draw looks at the minute. Anton Schallberg through to the round of 32. And he will face an opponent yet to be determined, Robert Gardas or Maharu Yoshimura. Will have the honour of playing Sweden's finest in the next round. Still to come, women's singles up next. We'll look forward to having you back for that one. Next up, Pratika Pavard, France's world number 26, in action against Slovakia's Tatiana Kukolkova. That is still to come next in the women's singles, so don't go anywhere.
We're running too fast on fumes and all day long, yeah. Lying around with our favorite tune, slumber away, inhale, exhale, dreaming about summer nights with you, sweeter escape, dream wide awake, yeah. Away, never delay, push play, let it roll and take you away for a day. Replay, we don't care about what they say, and I go on, nah, nah, and you go on, nah, nah. No love on a holiday. 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 No delay, push play, let it roll and take you away. Love for the day, replay. We don't care about what they say, and I go on, nah, nah, and you go on, nah, nah. No love on a holiday. Yeah. No love on a holiday. Yeah. No love on a holiday. No love on a holiday. No love on a holiday.
Welcome back to the Lusail Arena. Plenty more action still to come. We've had a pulsating morning's action today on day 4. There is much more still to come. Pratika Pavard of France taking on Tatiana Kukolkova of Slovakia. That's next up, but have a look at this morning's results already. The top seeds in the mixed doubles, Lin Shidong and Kwai-Man safely through, as you would expect. Chen Qingtong following in their footsteps, but she had a hard-fought win over Annette Kaufmann of Germany. And we've just witnessed Anton Schalberg sealing his place in the round of 32. Well, here come the players for the next match. Tatiana Kukulkova leading the way. Big smile for the cameras, and of course she'll be soaking up every moment of this occasion. Why wouldn't she be smiling? This is the World Championships. The world's best table tennis players descending on Doha. Players from 127 nations across the world, all here to show what they are made of. Pratika Bavard will be one of those players hoping to make an impact. This exciting young French talent. World number 26 has been into the top 20. She'll be hoping to seal her place in the round of 32. We've seen her in action as well in the mixed doubles. Had a great win with her partner Simon Gauzy yesterday, beating Patrick Franziska and Annette Kaufmann of Germany in the first round. But their campaign ended when they came up against the world number ones of China, Lin Shidong and Kuai Man, beating them in straight games. So Pratika Bavard fully focused on the women's singles now, and we will be hoping to continue her march through this draw. Will Tatiana Kukulkova be able to stop her? It is the French athlete who leads the head-to-head. Just a single meeting between the two. That was back in 2020 at the European Under-21 Championships in Croatia. That went the way of Pavard in straight games. Will we see a similar story here today?
So we have red or black? Black, red. Red. Receive. This side and this side.
Well, Pavard beat Maria João of Spain 4-1 in the opening round. A relatively straightforward win for the Frenchwoman, who's looked in good form this week. The 20-year-old has been inside the top 20 in the world. That was 19. So she's playing around and about her best table tennis. That was June of last year when she broke into the world's top 20. Big moment for her. Taking on the player of Slovakia, who had a hard-fought win over Ana Kadina of Argentina in the first round. Came through that one in 6 games, won 4 games to 2. Currently ranked 168 in the world, but has been inside the top 50. That was July of 2023, making her the top-ranked player from Slovakia. Top-ranked woman at the time. And this is what they are playing for, the champion in Doha, taking home 2,000 valuable ranking points. This, the round of 64, which means these players are guaranteed 45 points, but they don't want to stop there. They want to progress through this draw. The fan vote then overwhelmingly in favour of Pavard. Gavin, what are your thoughts on that? To be expected?
I think it's probably to be expected in terms of the fan vote. Pavard is a clear favourite going into this matchup. But Kukulkova is a serious operator too, and she's really coming up in the world rankings, starting to prove herself more and more as the weeks go on. So let's see how it goes.
Stop.
Let's see how it goes indeed in the best of 7. Just adds another interesting dynamic, doesn't it? We often see these players in a best of 5, but best of 7 can be a topsy-turvy marathon affair.
One, love.
Well, Kukulkova also featuring in mixed doubles this week alongside Lubomir Piste. Has already played today, made it as far as the round of 16. They played earlier this morning. Fell short against the number 7 seeds of Spain, Alvaro Robles and Maria João. But what an achievement to make it into the last 16 at a World Championships. Is it difficult, Gavin? You know, you're a player who's played at World Championships, and 7 of them, in fact. And how hard is it to play one game in the morning and then have a tight turnaround and play another match later?
Yeah, it's a large talking point on the tour, how players manage that, how they recover in time for the next matches. It is. It comes with great difficulty, but these players are well used to doing it on tour, playing multidiscipline with doubles, mixed doubles and singles. So nothing that they're not used to, but there is its challenges.
Four, two.
Yeah, those challenges, both mental and physical, but this is a good start for the Slovakian world number 168, going 2 points up. And how do you feel she's going to approach this one, and especially given that she's already had a match today and there could be a bit of tiredness in the legs?
I think for Kukulkova, she can use it to her advantage. She's in, her eye is in for the day, her body's moving, she knows she feels good. She doesn't have to feel her way into this match.
4 all. Five, 4.
Two good serves there from Pavad. We know she's got such a range of serves and such a range of shots. Very talented player.
Very talented player, a very popular player as well, both in her native France and in India as well. She was born in France to Indian parents and has a big following in that country as well.
8, 4.
And one of the best players to watch on the tour as well. She creates some amazing rallies, and what she can do back from the table is just astonishing at times.
9, 4.
We look forward to seeing some of that as this match progresses.
Five, 9. 5, 10. 11, 5.
A great point from Pavad to wrap up the opening game. 11 points to 5. She made it look easy out there, didn't she? I mean, none of this is easy, but she was very much in control from the offset.
Bien, mais tu sais que tu as été un peu plus dans l'opération sur la première. C'était mal. Il faut juste gaffe quand tu démarres en ligne de mettre un peu de trajectoire. Ou alors une longue dans le revers aussi. Ce serait bien.
Well, let's head across to table 5 at the University Complex in Republic of Korea in action. Look at that for a scoreline in game number 4, but Chang Woo-jin taking it in straight games, pushed all the way in the 4th. A hard-fought win indeed, but safely through to the next round. I look forward to seeing him in action later on in the week.
Second game, Athena said, love all.
Well, game number 2, Kukulkova wasn't really able to get off the mark in game number 1. Pavad utterly dominant. What will be the key in game number 2 for Kukulkova?
Well, she's got to find a way to stop the Pavad attack. We saw so many times Pavad, and there's one more example for you. Pavad just taking on everything, backhand or forehand. She's just able to be so dynamic. So, look at that running forehand, beautiful.
1. One, 3.
Yeah, Pavad is a player, Gavin, who's able to play with so much flair, and she's in full flow.
Let 1, 3.
She's a player that has very gifted hands. She can see there the angles she can create. She uses a lot of wrist at the last moment. So it's very difficult for her opponent to know what direction she's going to play in.
5, 1.
And she's quickly dominated herself in this second game. 4 points to the good here, looking very strong indeed. And look at the momentum there. 14 out of the last 16 points have gone the way of France's 20th seed.
6, 1. One, 7. Two, 7. Eight, 2.
Yeah, although it was Pavad that won the point, that's better from Kukulkova. Just starting to take on that backhand punch a little bit more.
Eight, 3.
And again, much better from the Slovakian, looking a lot more confident in the last couple of points, certainly. Shall be hoping to grow in confidence as this match wears on, and that is the beauty when it's a best of 7.
Yeah, there's plenty of time for her to grow into this game. She's showing signs.
Three,
Nine. They're reasserting herself there, but you can hear how much energy she's exerting in these rallies.
Clearly the one that always wants to attack Pavad. She's just pushing Kukulkova back from the table. There's another example of that backhand topspin, but she can go any direction. Just making it really difficult for Kukulkova.
Seal game number 2, and what a game number 2 for the French athlete. 11 points to 3, utterly dominant. Looking very dangerous indeed. Well, game number 2 has gone the way of Pavad, just as game number 1 did. Kukulkova using some interesting rubbers on the backhand side, Fraser Riley.
That's right, Rebecca. She's using short pimples on the backhand side, so she looks to punch through the back of the ball. She wants that fast, constant pace. Her strengths lie in the push game and the holding of the table. Pavard's done well to move her from corner to corner, test her footwork, and play with a lot of rotation into the deep backhand.
One, love.
Kukulkova wants fast, constant pace, but she's not getting it at the moment.
Love, 2. Stop. Love, 2. Love, 3. Time out.
First time out of the match. And it's a relatively early one as well, just 3 points into game number 3, and Kukulkova Not looking happy at all.
Lenže já nevím, čo.
Ty nemáš ale ani snahu, jakože.
Já mám snahu,
A
ale
jakou máš snahu?
tak mi nesedí, já za to
Ale já
nemám.
vím, že ti nesedí, ale kde máš snahu, jakože ani technicky, tak do toho plácneš, jakože čo teraz? Ako si myslíš, že to padne na stôl, alebo čo?
Hej, lebo zase čo možno padne.
Však áno, ale zahraj to správne. Že ťa bolí a neviem čo, akože... Je
Nebolí,
lepšia.
nie?
Však je lepšia, akože ja nevím. Ale kurník, aspoň preto teda niečo urob. Teraz máš ako jedinú možnosť. Ak toho roka sme nerobili, tak aspoň teraz preto niečo urob. Samo to nepadne, kurník. Samo to tam nepadne, musíš niečo pre to urobiť.
Dobre, už sa teší, že mi nadávate.
Well, Kukulkova's face said a lot, Gavin, but I'm not sure whether you understood that exchange, but what do you suspect was said? I mean, the reaction from Kukulkova was interesting.
Yeah, I certainly didn't understand in terms of translation, but in terms of body language, it was clear that some stern words were spoken from the coach there, upsetting Kukulkova. But we mentioned it in the last matchup. Sometimes those things can be the turning point. Can be what spurs you on, a catalyst.
3. Didn't look as though she was given too much by way of comfort. But certainly she wins the next point after the restart, so clearly those words have had some impact.
Yo!
2, 4.
Nice serving from Pavad there, just half long on the table, where the second bounce is coming just off that golden line that we have, so Kukulkova's baited into playing an attack.
3, 4. All.
Much more positive from Kukulkova, and some cheers from her coach.
I think the important thing for Kukulkova is she just needs to be fighting. You know, she needs to be fighting out there till the end, and I believe that's part of what her coach would have been telling her.
5, 4.
You're at the World Championships. This is a knockout match. You need to give it everything.
And in terms of fighting until the end, we're only in game 3 of 7.
4.
But it is demoralising when shots like that go past you. Pratika Pavad, another devastating forehand. And Kukulkova going the wrong direction. That's that variation in play by Pavad that I spoke about already. It's impossible to know what direction she's going to play.
I'm sure you've dished out a few shots like that yourself, Gavin. Back in your prime.
You're being very nice to me, Rebecca. I didn't play forehands like that. And I certainly didn't play backhand flicks like that either. Lovely step around onto the forehand side, opening up the table.
We're
seeing her do everything now. Long serves, backhand flicks, forehand smashes. It's just relentless pressure.
Let 8, 5. Six, 8. Stop.
I believe there's a mistake in the score there. So our umpire called 8-6, but actually 9-5. So just
5-9.
Both players acknowledging that and making the change. Fair play on both sides.
Five, 10.
Pavad goes long, and 4 game points remain. Sealed with style, 11 points to 6. Pavad 3 games up in this best of 7. 1 game away from a place in the round of 32. Looking very good indeed. Let's head down to Fraser Riley. Fraser, what do you make of game number 3?
Yeah, convincing here from Pavard. Her attacks are just too strong right now for Kukulkova, who's having issues in the serve-receive game and putting her straight away on the back foot in the rally. Take a look at Pavard's service, this high toss pendulum serve. Doesn't show where she's going to go until the point of contact, leaving Kukulkova in a guessing position constantly.
Thank you very much indeed, Fraser. Interesting stuff. Pavard looking very good indeed. Let's head across to her teammate, Simon Gauzy. They played alongside one another in the mixed doubles. Their campaign there is over, but both of them still alive in their respective singles draws. And look at that, Simon Gauzy in a marathon all-European encounter against Anders Lind holds his hands aloft in celebration as he battles his way through 4 games to 3.
The game, then you serve.
Doesn't look like Pavard will be through by the same scoreline. Very much in control here. 3 games up and a game away from joining her teammate in the next round.
One, all. Two, one. One.
Shake of the head there from Kukulkova. She's just not sure what to do with that Pavard service. So effective.
1, 4.
Very expressive play. There's absolutely no secret as to what she's thinking and feeling. The face says 1,000 words.
4, 2.
Corner to corner from Pavard.
5, 2.
Great backhand open. Creates an angle for herself, and look at the hook. Kukulkova just can't get there in time. So wide.
Three, 5.
She guessed right that time, Kukulkova. Took on a nice forehand block down the line.
4, 5.
She's creeping her way back into this game now.
Absolutely, a bit of a shake of the head from Pratika Pavard. A bit disappointed with herself in that point. But more than makes up for it.
4. Six, 5.
Well, this is much more positive from Kukulkova under real pressure in this must-win 4th game, keeping very much in touch with Pratika Pavard.
Oh, that would have been nice. Little chop block from Pavard. And she looked to finish in style. With that window wiper, side swiper forehand.
Six, 5. Seven, all.
Well, is it that Kukulkova is playing a bit better now, forcing these errors from Pavard?
Yeah, I think it's ebbs and flows in terms of momentum. We're seeing Pavard now miss some shots that previously have been flying on the table, so Kukulkova is taking full advantage here, getting much closer than she has been before. It's an important moment for Pavard now. We know how quickly things can turn around.
Seven, 9.
A shrug of the shoulders from the Slovakian, as if to say, well, couldn't do much about that.
Seven, 10.
It's 3 match points for the number 20 seed.
Eight.
The first one saved. It'll be interesting to see how Kukulkova copes with this pressure. Pavard gets it wrapped up at the second time of asking a straight games win. A comprehensive, commanding performance from the French world number 26. 11-5, 11-3, 11-6, 11-8. Pumps the fist in celebration, and rightly so. Allows herself a slight smile as well as she marches on through to the round of 32. Looking very good indeed. There she will face the winner of the match between Sofia Volkanova, the number 12 seed, and Andrea Dragoman.
We saw a lot of special winners there from Pavard. Some great forehand attacks, backhand attacks, different variations of service. The level of creativity was just exceptional from Pratika Pavard, and I'm really looking forward to see how she goes for the rest of this World Championships.
Absolutely, and an ominous sign for her opponents. Swept Kukulkova aside in straight games, and certainly didn't really have to be at her very best to do so. Just over 20 minutes to wrap up that comprehensive straight games win for Pratika Pavard. Congratulations indeed, and we look forward to seeing her in the next round. Plenty more action still to come. That man needs no introduction. Lin Chidong, China's world number 1, looking good, looking relaxed ahead of his round of 64 encounter with Lam Tzu-hung of Hong Kong, China. We look forward to that one. That is coming up very shortly.
Welcome everyone to the Lusail Sports Arena. It is a great pleasure to have your company for all of the action from these World Table Tennis Championships Finals Doha 2025. Session number 1 is almost complete, but we've got quite a way to finish it. It's time to see the number 1 ranked player in the men's singles competition. Lin Chidong is about to take on Lam Tzu-hung. should be a most interesting contest. World number 1 against world number 126 for a place in the third round of the men's singles competition. The round of 64, the second round of the men's singles competition at the 2025 ITTF World Table Tennis Championships. Lin Shidong has made his way out to the table. Can he secure victory against a player from Hong Kong, China? A player ranked much lower than him, but a player who is a very fine athlete. Lam Siu Hang is going to face him. Great opportunity for the 28-year-old. Lin Shidong against Lam Siu Hang, men's singles round of 64. This is table number 1. Best of 7 games in all of the singles contests at these World Championships. First to 4. And we shall discover what happens in this first meeting between these two gentlemen. World number 1 on the left, world number 126 on the right, but he has been almost a top 50 player. That was back in 2018, January of that year. And it was in February of this year, on the 1st of February no less, that Lin Shidong became the world number 1 ranked table tennis player. To Celeste Araujo, who umpires this match.
Red for you, black for you. Black. Receive. You serve this side. Okay, he serves.
The toss of the coin won by Lam Siu Hang, who has elected to give the serve to Lin Shidong. Hope you are looking forward to this contest, wherever it is that you are joining the action from on this fascinating day 4 at the ITTF World Table Tennis Championships finals of Doha 2025. We look here at a 28-year-old world number 126, over a decade as a professional player. Somebody who in the first round beat Ankur Bhattacharjee 4-11, 11-7, 11-9, 12-10, 11-8. So had a very difficult opening game and quickly turned things around. Lin Shidong took on Liam Pitchford, the Englishman, beat him 11-9, 12-10, 11-2, 11-9. He said that Pitchford was always going to be much stronger than his ranking of just outside of the top 50. Said, I'd imagined a tough game against him and prepared very well. And as a result of that, he is in contention to go all the way through to the conclusion of this event. Day number 9, the last day of competition, is when we'll have the men's and women's singles finals, also the men's and women's doubles finals. The day before, we'll see the first champions of the world crowned in the mixed doubles competition. Unsurprisingly, 90% of you have concluded that Lin Shidong is the likely gentleman to emerge victorious in this first meeting between the players. Nonetheless, huge amount of pressure facing the world number 1 to come into a World Championships as the top-ranked athlete. Doha 2025 is a grand stage, the biggest in the sport of table tennis. But he has handled everything with so much maturity. It's been remarkable to watch, and if you've been watching from the start of this session, you will have seen him team up with Kwai Man in the mixed doubles round of 16 to beat Robert Gardosh and Sofia Polkanova. The number 10 seeds from Austria were well beaten by Lin and his impressive partner. So he has had a decent amount of rest time and is now ready to embark.
First game, Lin to serve, level.
We begin the opening game of this contest. Lin Shidong and Lam Siu Hang.
0-1.
He's certainly going to find himself very tested from a movement point of view. Here's Lam Soo Hang. The gentleman from Hong Kong, China, was a bronze medalist with the mixed team at the World Cup in Chengdu last year. He's also been a men's doubles bronze medalist at the Asian Championships. So he's been on a continental podium as well. But here taking on the man who performed so well earlier on in the year, winning both the singles and the doubles at the Singapore Smash, and made the final of the Champions in Chongqing. But had that tough result in the final of the World Cup, losing to Hugo Calderano. And he said that he is seeking redemption following the World Cup final loss. In his words, a world title plus #1 ranking will make a true champion. So he is somebody who has chosen to confront the pressure head on, embrace the expectation. Super exchange, what a super exchange. Fraser Riley alongside me in the commentary position, having made his way up from by the table. Probably wishing you were still down there by the table to enjoy that one. What a great rally.
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, our production team do a beautiful job at capturing these moments. But, you know, when you're down there for real, the speed of these players is simply unfathomable.
It is actually the really striking thing, isn't it, about being down there at eye level. Television has a wonderful way of creating largeness to empty space, making everything seem like it's stretched out. It's the same when you're watching an association football match, for example. It seems like you can see everything when you're watching from a distance, and actually to be down there at eye level, you understand the complexity and lack of time that the athletes have to make decisions.
Absolutely right, Ollie. The way we see it on TV is fantastic because it allows you to home in on different aspects of the game. The side angle, the length of serve, the corner cam, the footwork and trajectory of ball. When you're watching it in real life, your brain's trying to process all those things at the same time, and it just can't.
It's an interesting challenge, this match, isn't it, for Lin Shidong?
It is. He's playing someone who's a fellow right-handed attacker with inverted rubber on both sides. We're going to see fast rallies. It's important that Lam Soo Hang tries to contain Lin Shidong by varying the play. He's definitely got the speed to do that.
7-0.
And the attacking prowess. This is a good start from the Hong Kong Chinaman himself. Beautiful counter, good recovery as well, that was key. Good intention from Lin Shidong trying to go up the line there to gain control again. Just couldn't make it.
Seven, 8.
Backhand to backhand, you feel as though there's only really going to be one winner. Lin Shidong, the king of the backhand counter.
Oh, he looks so
9-7.
frustrated at such an important time of the game.
So much pressure on Lam Su Hang to formulate a quality service or it's going to be instant punishment. That's why he missed it.
Oh, and then he gets a little fortune back in his favour. Clipped the net cord, altered the trajectory, as it altered the dynamic of the game.
Did really well on that first topspin to brush the ball. It was just long enough to be able to do so. Good length on the Lin Shidong push.
Oh, there it is. There it is. 2 game points.
Poetry in motion play. The ball kids must love him. Look at that.
Well, it's interesting you say that because Lam Su Hang actually used to go to table tennis with his mother when he was a young child to collect the balls. That's what he adored doing. Said once he got his first bat, he never put it down. Well, that was a beautifully saved game point. He's quite some player, this gentleman. 126 in the world. You wouldn't know it the way he's playing at the moment. It's always interesting when rankings are deceptive. The game goes to Lin Shidong by the narrowest of margins.
11-9.
But he has been tested. Now we shall see if Lam Su Hang can stay with Lin Shidong for the remainder of the contest. If he can, it could be a very tricky one. Nonetheless, 11-9 to the world #1 in game #1. It is such an interesting day. Now look at this, Hiroto Shinozuka on table #8. Beaten by Kirill Gerasimenko from Kazakhstan, 4-2. It's a big win for Gerasimenko. Tough match there. And a tough match for Tomokazu Harimoto, but one with a more positive outcome over Manav Thakkar of India. Really had to work for that 4-2 triumph, the Japanese player, against a tough opponent in Manav Thakkar. That on table #2, right next to table 1 here at the Lusail Sports Arena. The other match is happening at the Qatar University Sports Complex. Endeavouring to bring you the best of the action from around both of the arenas. But we're going to stay focused, obviously, on this contest. What do you think we've learned from that opening game, Fraser?
Well, 2 players with mirroring styles.
Lam to serve. Level.
You know, Lin Shidong has played probably 1,000 players with similar technique to Lam Su Hang. I wouldn't say it's going to be the style of the Hong Kong China player that will trouble Lin Shidong. But the technique is stable. It's more the consistency and the speed that could strike a few chords of concern in the world #1's mind.
He's certainly not somebody, Lin Shidong, who takes lightly any opponent. It was fascinating hearing the respect that he obviously has for Liam Pitchford, the player that he beat in the opening round. He was extremely gracious and said that he knew that the ranking would really be deceptive. And he probably feels much the same way about Lam Su Hang.
There's been a few players that have prodded the Chinese bee's nest. Lin Shidong would have been aware that Pitchford has beaten players such as Ma Long and Xu Xin, of course, at the Qatar Open. Lam Su Hang has always been a really strong player. Hong Kong China have got a few, spearheaded by Wong Chun Ting, Ng Pak Nam, Ho Kwan Kit, a double specialist, and Lam Su Hang Liu Guoliang's brother actually was the head coach of Hong Kong China for a few years, so they got some really good treatment. They get to train as well with the Team China stars from time to time. Different coach in the corner this time.
Well, he did very well, Lam, to hold on and win that exchange because the movement of Lin was tremendous.
Fast and furious play. The first shot that Lam Su-hang was interesting. He was faking topspin. I think he had to improvise because he realised it wasn't that long of a push. So he sort of played a half shot, but the change of pace confused Lin Shidong. Great, great play from Lam. He's neck and neck again with the world number 1.
4-3.
One of the most fascinating things about this wonderful sport is the scoring system, where you can have a match that is for love, and yet there's barely a point between them. Players can come away having done virtually everything right with nothing to show for it.
3-5.
Equally, it can feel like a player has been dominated for much of the match, and yet they still managed to come out of it with a 4-3 victory.
When it's first to 11, it's tens from the get-go. You know how important winning 1 point is when you see how many 11 9s and 12 10s, etc. that there are.
Oh, another magnificent exchange between them.
These two attacking Mavericks are just gunslinging right now. This is awesome. He's just so stable, Lin Shidong, even when he's forced back. He's a walking highlight reel. He actually plays with quite an open-minded way. He doesn't mind going back and lobbing, then turning the defence into attack. He's so good back there. We saw him at the Singapore Smash a couple of seasons ago play a ridiculous rally against the now retired German legend Timo Boll. You can never count him out of a rally.
7-4.
The gap looking a little more compelling. The scoreboard for the world number 1.
Yeah, Wang Hao looking quite at ease right now. Must be such a dream player to coach, because he's able to act upon it. That's the thing. Some coaches are afraid to coach players who are struggling to get consistency at the table. It just puts salt in the wounds. But Lin Shidong is that he can visualize exactly the kind of shot that he wants to play, and then he'll play it. There's no delay in the synapse between his mind and his hand. He's just a genius of the sport.
And we cannot say we were not warned. This is a young player who took 4 gold medals at the World Youth Championships in 2022 and then decided to do the same again in 2023. It's not often in life that one gets the chance to create a legacy of junior success because you get such limited time in which to do it. Well, he managed it.
His biggest test was Felix Lebrun, who he beat 4-2 in the under-19 boys semi-final.
Still lots of positives from Lam Su-hang.
Good guide flick there from him. Coming in with an open racket face. Just taking the ball a slight second later. Trying to notice a shift in Lin Shidong and then go against the grain. Find an open space away from his racket. That's key. Can't blame the intention with these shots. He knows how to win. It's just so difficult to do it.
4 game points. Brilliantly done. That's another game for Lin Xidong. Halfway to victory and looking more comfortable as the match goes on. That's always the frightening thing about Lin Xidong. The match may start as a close run thing, but it rarely finishes thus. 11-9 in the first, 11-6 in the second in this round of 64 men's singles match.
Of course he is. You know, he's got 4 or 5 years on Wang Chuqin, and mentally, for me, better player.
Therein,
1-2.
sorry, Frozen,
No
just going to say, therein lies one of the really intriguing challenges when you've got a great young athlete who's already risen to #1 in the world. How do you get the balance right between getting them out there playing lots of tournaments, winning lots of matches, and keeping their body and their mind as fresh as possible so that you're also playing the long game with their career?
That's a very, very, very good question. I feel like there's a lot you don't have to tell Lin Xidong. He will feel the pressure, but what takes him so far is his love for table tennis. The fact that he treats every single match like a learning experience, even though he's going into it as the favourite. So in order to keep him humble, in order to, you know, support his inner humility as a player, I think that you just have to tell him, you know, don't take this position for granted. We know you're not, but remember, there are players coming up behind you that will want to take your spot. And I'd say in training you want to put him against a wide variety of players, some who may not even be in his class at all. You can learn from even local league players in table tennis.
3-4.
Well, this is another tight game, very reminiscent of the first. If you're Lam Su-hang, do you come out of this thinking, I haven't done a great deal wrong?
I think that's how you feel whenever you play a Team China star. That was a Zhang Jike-esque Chiquita flick there from Lin Xidong. He's done it again.
6-3.
Cold. Lam Su-hang is playing a decent match. It's just the small things. Sometimes the touch might just be a tad too loose. Against most players, that'll be fine. Against Lin Xidong, he's going to get that backhand flick in with venom. You just can't help but feel handcuffed constantly. What might look like an unforced error isn't.
Eight.
3 points required for a 3-game advantage. And Xidong, the #1 seed.
Had lots of backspin to deal with there. It took a lot of physicality to try and come up the back of that ball.
8-4.
I feel like a decent way to perhaps shut down the game of Lin Xidong is to play with float. Don't play with too much spin into the backhand, especially because it can make him kind of doubtful.
A place in round #3, the prize for victory. It's amazing how quickly he got positional advantage there from actually not the easiest ball to strike. 6 game points.
Yeah, very, very wide. He had to play more so through the fingers there.
Oh, well, it's unfortunate, but it is
11-4,
really just delaying, or rather bringing about the inevitable a little quicker. And the moment of victory is quite close for this gentleman. He needs just one more game now. 11-9, 11-6, 11-4. He's getting better and better and better. Table 7 has really been one of the places to be. Anna Matelova of Czechia beating Linda Bergström, Swedish player, knocked out of the women's singles competition in the second round. Great win for Matelova. But that wasn't all of the action from Table 7. Table 7's been the place to avoid if you're a fan of the Swedish players. Christina Kjellberg knocked out by Kim Kum-yong of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, 4 games to 1. Super performance from a much talked about athlete. Sorry, Swedish fans, to bring you that news.
Fourth
Table
game,
7, not their
Lam
friend
to
today.
serve, Lavo.
Let's go back to this one where Lin Shidong needs just one more game.
0-1.
So what's the point of the reflection for Lam Su-hang? What does he focus on?
I think most of what he'll be focusing on is the service. I feel like he needs to serve long and quick more often. Really try and ruffle the feathers of Lin Shidong. That's how Calderano beat Lin Shidong in the final of the World Cup recently. You've almost got to use the serve as an aggressive weapon rather than something safe to deny the opponent from being able to get on top. You've really got to play to win with the serve. Long serve to middle with the pendulum, for me, is the best way to do it against Lin Shidong. I can't think of a single person who plays backhand serves or shovel serves that could challenge him at this moment in time. Only someone who plays pendulums, because with the pendulum you can be subtle. Tough to tell whether you're going to go short, half long or long with that serve.
All of that, much to contemplate for Lam Su-hang. He's called the timeout to do just that.
馬上一板就係嘛，所以定翻少少，反正你都係咁嘅而家，係嘛？我覺得呢個上旋可以定法或者呢個拿長就係長翻，呢個戰鬥法放打開，即係搏咯，只能夠係嘛？你要搏殺啦，如果唔係平平淡淡咁玩下好難打。
Very interesting, pondering what you were saying there, Fraser, about the need for change on the serve of Lam Su-hang. In all racket sports, there's a dilemma, isn't there, with the serve, the risk and reward factor.
Yeah. Let's see what he does with this. Will he play the pendulum? Will he go for the shovel? The shovel serve can cause a lot of indecision in the opponent. Like looking at someone from a side profile, harder to tell who it is than looking at it face on. That is the advantage of a shovel serve. That said, Lin Shidong can come through the back of the ball way too easily against shovel serves. He's really learned how to receive them with the flick. The problem is with trying to go for long serves, that if they don't have the required surprise factor, they will be immediately punished with a direct attack at this level. But I think it still is, that said, the best way to play.
5-2.
He has to try and serve quicker, longer, stamp the foot perhaps when he does it to mask the indication of spin, throw in a few wide ones as well. It's just not been enough from him inside the table.
And it's not because he's not a very fine player. He certainly is. Anyone who makes it to this level, anyone who gets that high in the rankings, anyone who verges on top 50 in the world is obviously of the very highest quality. And if he does depart the competition here, he simply joins the long list of people who've been bypassed quite comfortably by Lin Shidong, and there's no shame in that.
None whatsoever. You're playing someone who is within the top 0.0000 times 20%, you know, of players here. You know, the #1 player for China is so often the #1 player in the world because of the depth. 40 million competitive players. You're bound to have a good product after your filtering process, aren't you?
7-4.
And the fact that he's done that at that age, the youngest ever world #1, is simply nuts. Looking to be the joint youngest ever winner of the world men's singles title.
5-7.
A rare error on serve from Lin Shidong. He shakes his head. He's not had a lot to shake his head about, but one of the features of his game is his relentless desire to improve, to get as close to perfection as possible. And that's what every top player, every world #1 in any sport has.
Five, 8.
Oh, it was a great combination from Lam Su-hang. He turned the corner, went for broke. Then Shidong managed to telegraph it, just contacting the ball so close to the top edge of his racket to play that exposed side.
Let 9-5.
The winner of this match takes on either Christian Karlsson of Sweden or the #31 seed Spain's Alvaro Robles in the third round. I can tell you that Karlsson
10-5.
is 2-love up in that match, and I can also tell you it's now 5 match points for Lin Shidong. Well saved.
6-10.
Fighting till his last breath here. Credit to Lam Su-hang for that. But he really is staring down the barrel now.
It is another demonstration that is a great pleasure to watch by that gentleman. He's had 2 comfortable wins on table 1 today, 1 in the singles, 1 in the mixed doubles. That is why he occupies top ranking in both of them. It was a valiant effort by Lam Su-hang, but there was never really any doubt of this. 11-9, 11-6, 11-4, 11-6. Lin Shidong, the #1 seed, victorious in the second round of the men's singles competition. Let's have a look back.
And the no-nonsense little clap of the hands between Lin Shidong and Wang Hao there. The head coach of the Chinese men's team, 3-time Olympic finalist, still having some words of wisdom to pass down to Lin Shidong after a performance that we would class as perfect.
Job done. On to the next one at Doha 2025. And that is the end of the session. Some quite comfortable wins for the most part, with the outlier, that very tough victory for Chen Xingtong over Annette Kaufmann. Great display from the reigning world youth champion. All of that bringing to a close our coverage of session #1. We've got more action to come in about an hour and a half's time at the World Table Tennis Championships finals. It's been wonderful having your company as we stare out over the Corniche and the Museum of Islamic Art. We'll welcome you back in 90 minutes for more table tennis action from Doha. Until then, it's goodbye, but not farewell.
2 generations between them, and it's Lin Shidong to serve. Quick backhand. The power inside the table. We saw it against Xiang Peng as well.
The shot that's taken the world by storm. We saw some amazing backhands from Ma Long as well. There was an amazing one against Liang Jinquan.
In the middle of the rally, the one that was the Krianga-like backhand, that full stroke.
Yeah.
Let's see, he adapts incredibly well. Ma Long finds answers. That was pretty impressive. The control to do that. First point on the scoreboard for Ma Long. There's no shortage of ways for him to solve problems at the table. That's what's most impressive to me, that even when it seems like he's being outplayed in every way, he can just sort of remove a bolt or two from the player's machinery, the opponent.
Yeah.
Good rotation on this. What are you thinking?
No, I think you summed it up well yesterday, Adam. You might not have necessarily, any of the best shots in the world under your belt, but being the best player is about choosing the right time to bring them out, and that's exactly what Ma Long does.
3-2. Yeah, it's a fine balance of many different ingredients here. With the measuring cup just right, Ma Long always sort of twisting, finding ways to wiggle, turn, and just make sure he gets through. Good variation in the push game. Lin Shidong at the first towel break. So in their head-to-head, just a reminder, Lin Shidong has never won a game against Ma Long. We had a chance to talk to Yan just earlier, came in to visit in the commentary booth, and according to him, they've never faced in the Chinese Super League. So then this would be their real second time ever meeting.
Yeah, officially.
In any official competition, that's right. Seatbelt shot, but it comes back on the parallel. Lin Shidong with some good answers here.
Amazing anticipation and improvisation. In fact, it was a bit of a seatbelt from Ma Long.
For sure.
Whiplash from Lin Shidong. Ooh, wasn't far away, just denied by the tape there. With a handcuffing third ball attack from Ma Long.
Quality on the follow-up. Lin Shidong continuing to add that pressure. Now, had you asked me after the match against Zheng Beishun, I didn't think Ma Long would be here. Zheng Beishun was so testing, but Ma Long came back and just really adjusted and had a fresh start in the next round.
I mean, it felt like it should have at least gone to the decider, the way that Zheng Beishun was playing, and you wondered how much of the fact that he was one of the younger stars had to do with the overall result. Was Ma Long feeling the pressure of being the big bro?
The reason I bring it up is this match here, I would have favored Lin Shidong, but then the way Ma Long turned it on against Liang Jinquan yesterday, I did some reading, and Ma Long apparently, during break over the weekend, was here training and practicing his serves, and when asked, I think it was Deng Yaping who asked him, why don't you take a break? Everyone else is taking a break. He said, I don't want to lose on home soil.
Not in front of the wife and kids.
Not in front of anybody here in Beijing. Ma Long has never been shy to put in the extra work. And he knows that when he's been on top of the game 64 months, world #1, he just knows that it takes that much extra work to stay ahead because everyone's chasing you and trying to pass you by.
Won his first senior title in 2007, Ma Long. And that longevity is...
17 years later, he's here, getting 1 point to recover. 5 points down still against the young and powerful Lin Shidong. But it's 6 game points for Lin Shidong to get the first. Comebacks for me are a thing of mental maturity, among other factors, let's say. But Lin Shidong with the spin makes game 1 quite steady. Good adaptation, a little improv there from Ma Long, looking to attack on the first ball and then leaning into push.
Over the table nicely, no questions asked there. Ma Long, so good against these barely attackable balls. Lunges in round the side of the table. So it wasn't a long one, any stretch of the imagination.
Good step around on this. Lin Shidong, explosive in the step.
Leg 1, 2.
Close call there. Not easy to escape this backhand in the pushing game. Wang Hao watches on here. Sort of moved up the ranks over the years. Internationally, one of very few players to have a winning record against Ma Long. Ever so slightly.
Beat him at 3 consecutive Worlds, didn't he?
Yeah, semifinals. Now, Ma Long making this move, to me, this is something he struggled with post-knee surgery in 2019. But yesterday, no problem. Even wider to the forehand, he was able to get a lot of these balls back into play. Just tucking in once again for a fresh start here. Still a 1-point lead for Ma Long. 91% the fan vote.
Leg 3, 2.
Could imagine that's a lot of fans showing their love to the legend that's Ma Long as well.
Inside the table, he's strong, he's quick. Wang Chuqin watches on with Liang Jingquin. Looked like Fang Bo is sitting next to him. Could only see half of the face though. That would have been cool, wouldn't be surprised.
I saw him earlier, he is here.
No way! All right, good half face recognition there. Everybody's back in town. I heard Zhou Yu's here. 3 points in front, Ma Long on the receive, extending that lead.
Play please. 2, 5.
A spin from Ma Long, making it tough for Lin Shidong to counter. Lin Gaiyuan and Zhou Qihao. Lin Shidong beating Wang Yidi and Lin Gaiyuan alongside Kwai Man in the mixed doubles final, but losing with Lin Gaiyuan in the men's doubles final.
After being 2-0 up. Inside the table, Lin Shidong here using that backhand effectively once again.
Touch play from Lin Shidong. Within a point now. It's 5-2, remember, to Ma Long. In the best of 5, he may have called a timeout there, but probably not in the best of 7.
And a pancake flip returned quickly. A man well studied, Ma Long. Qin Zhijian, Li Swin on his right. Camera left there. It's a beautiful flick. Lin Shidong doing well to anticipate and not fall for anything before.
Well, that would have fooled many a player, kind of the equivalent of a pancake on a forehand.
Yeah, yeah. Little look at the serve success here, 22%, give or take. ahead of Ma Long. Lin Shidong on his serve. Ma Long looking to get in here quickly. For me, again, I thought it would be a test of stamina. I think Ma Long pushed himself to be sprinting every game, to not waste energy, meaning to make the energy count, to capture every game as quickly as possible. It's pretty unusual motion there from Lin Shidong.
6-8.
Ma Long saying, let's just wait for people to calm down for a minute in the crowd.
Touch was stunning. It was beautifully timed. It was so backspinny, and Lin Shidong there just keeping it tight enough, having to improvise to make it tough for Ma Long to come in with his signature stroke.
Yeah, his variation in the touch game here, the spin game, Lin Shidong is becoming more and more varied. Makes him more difficult to play against. Good pressure, quick to that backhand. Ma Long with the open face of the racket goes deep. The drive, the footwork tested, and Ma Long put some extra pace on that last one. Beautiful shot to win it.
The first real loop-to-loop rally we've seen between these two. Ma Long coming out on top.
Little bend on that, a little side spin to make it curve into that left shoulder of Lin Shidong, changing up everything, and it sets up 3 game points for Ma Long. Service does it, pendulum deception, and game number 2 is taken. Wasn't tested. If he switched at the last moment. Doesn't that make you curious?
Very much so, because if there was a little chunk in it, then the umpire would declare it then whether it was acceptable to use or not now.
Right.
Why later?
Yeah, I'm hoping we're going to get more information on that conversation, because that's quite interesting. We saw at the World Championships how big of a deal that could be.
Yeah. I guess you're referring to the US men's team, right?
Yeah, right. Versus Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
But the timing was just quite unusual. After 2 games had been played, there's obviously something we need more information on.
Yeah.
So 2 points up, Ma Long, both on receive to continue. Get the serves back on his side.
2-1.
Again, that classic third ball from Ma Long. Lin Shidong struggling to deny it. Nice after motion, bit of deception, of course. Lin Shidong doing the right thing, trying to push it into that temptation zone, wide backhand, but Ma Long's so quick to turn that corner.
So just a little update. I'm sure I'm going to learn more about this shortly. It sounded like his racket was damaged in the last game, just a little bit. Showed the umpire, had to replace it. So this is the new racket, and it'll have to be tested after.
3-all.
Interesting. So 3 points apiece here, they split. It's also a reminder that these pros generally have so many rackets that they're comfortable should they need to. That's the whole point of having a spare, is that it's basically as close to the exact same as the one you were using, so that you wouldn't really notice a difference. In short, Truls Morgard played very well.
I was going to say.
Lin Shidong back in front here. After a good start here from Ma Long. Did Ma Long take the first 3 in this game?
Just felt strange to look at the scoreboard and see Lin Shidong in front. I'm still thinking about the racket, to be honest.
Shot block, and as wide as can be, he moves back into the table for the angle. Yuan Li Tsun, Shu Hai Dong, the rest of the gang there. Xu Yingbin next to him. Beautiful combination of side spins. Get ready. Okay, there's some side spin on that too, but over 8,400 revolutions per minute on that forehand. Oh, the power comes in. This is one of the fastest forehands we've seen from Ma Long this close to the table, but Lin Shidong with the racket up high, sends it right back. In slow motion, it still feels like he started below the ball and is adding his own topspin.
The sweet spot of the stroke is so huge, and I mean, he's already got a low center of gravity, Lin Shidong. The fact that he doesn't even really need to pivot just adds to the intimidation factor. Such a long-term concern for everybody. Something a little bit different about him, and I wonder how many leaps the China national team has taken out of the book of others. I mean, have we seen a young player like Lin Shidong be more backhand orientated in that sense and favour it from the middle? Is this a thing that's, you know, testament to the change of the game over time?
Funny, in the women's final, we were talking about evolution of the game, but in some senses, also it's sides taking from each other. There are things to learn from the women, there are things to learn from the men. And this is something that in the women's game has been very effective throughout. Lin Shidong here, though, wider on the backhand side, getting the racket speed, but short side of the table doesn't come down, not long enough. The table, that is. Good receive here, Ma Long varying it up in the spin. Now against Zhang Peng, we saw Lin Shidong playing with good variation. This one is a very low drive, cracking shot. He would slow it down and spin it a little more. He might have to do the same out here. Ma Long moves in well to capitalize and get himself a 4-point lead. It felt like he was down. Now he was down 3-4, we remember. And what, 4-5 as well?
Yeah, I think so.
So a long string of points here. Feels like 5 in a row for Ma Long. To the face on this one, and it is 5 game points for Ma Long, a man who's got more titles than anybody in the game, and is still looking for his first ever WTT men's singles title. The reaction, Lin Shidong. Oh. Shot blocks aren't easy. Ma Long makes him look that way, so he takes the lead in his last 3 events. Back edge of the table here. Last 3 including this, so 2 before this in this event. No one has beaten Lin Shidong in singles.
Just upgraded from contender to champions and now in a smash final.
Yep, some quick upgrades here. Oh, catches the edge, some instant table tennis karma. It comes back quickly. The exchange. Ma Long, a lot of footwork, channeling his inner Yu Sung Min.
Yeah, because he played the parallel forehand and then managed to still play a forehand from the backhand. Good control from Lin Shidong.
This felt like about an 80% from Lin Shidong. More about placement here. Trying to force Ma Long to readjust.
Net 2-1.
Ooh, what a save. A little fading side swipe there for Lin Shidong after that recovery.
Again, good control. Off the loose ball, Ma Long may have been expecting something harder over the table, but Lin Shidong brushing the ball nicely. Barely anything brushy about that, was there?
A whole lot of power behind that as he steps around and drives it to the deep corner.
Play please. 2-3.
4-3.
Tight serve, Lin Shidong steps into the lead by 1.
More acceleration from Marlon, more of a fluid backhand counter there.
So Malong overtaking serve success here with 62% conversion rate whenever he serves, turns it into a point. Just about 5% in front of his opponent, Lin Shidong. It's not easy to hang with this change of pace. The depth on the table, Malong constantly changing it. Lin Shidong ready for the blasting forehand.
Backhand again. Seems like Lin Shidong's kind of distancing himself a little bit further from the table here. Give himself some more space and time to play these brilliant balls. Players taking their time here between points. Just that little bit more.
Break off the net here. Lin Shidong from behind the table gets the racket up. There's a quick acknowledgement of that net. Just that quick little wave. It's blocked from the middle. The chase, low drive there, but the timing changed. It's tough. Malong raises his hands to say, come on. I need this. Rare to see him flustered, though. He knows how to let things roll off the shoulder.
It seemed like Malong almost had a mental block in finals against Wang Chuqin, that was. And then the way he beat Wang Chuqin in that World Cup was perhaps a little bit of a turning point for him. Went on to beat Lin Gaoyuan in the final after being 3-0, 5-1 down. So he's the reigning Asian and World Cup champion still, Malong, despite not having won a WTT singles series title.
Extra pressure here to cover the middle. Malong within 1 and a timeout now on Lin Shidong's side. When he's here to play, he's here to win. That he does right out of the timeout, continues on.
It would make it even more dramatic if Malong can win an event like this after, sitting out of the World Champs in Houston. Not given a chance in singles to defend his Olympic title, go for the 3rd gold.
Good pace on this in the forehand counter exchange. Lin Shidong with a much needed point here to step into the lead. That turn, very quick transition.
That's so difficult to do here. And you've barely got any time. I mean, you have to keep the bat high. But to still transfer weight forwards.
It is funny that he can generate so much power in a replay where we see it's not like he's swinging all the way across his body. It's just up to the forehead, looking casual as a warm-up shot.
All.
Right to the baseline, a surprisingly deep push from Malong. Fans looking to see that smash Malong sign. Some cool fan artwork out there.
Lin, please don't delay the match. 9-8.
Subtle warning, but clear warning, let's say. Simply a warning from VP Meta.
Response to the serve from Lin Shidong. Wow, 9-all, balanced on a knife edge.
Yeah, they've been back and forth quite a bit in recent history. It's a fine combination here. Ma Long looking up a little bit as if he knew better. He had an answer. He was aware of where he left himself exposed. Even if ever so slightly, he sees the game in a way that most can't. Last two-serve combination this game with Lin Shidong. And the slower spinny backhand, still a drive, yes, but more rotation on this, and Lin Shidong earns himself game point.
I was surprised to see Ma Long push again.
Saves it off the top of the net, and what felt like a sure win for Lin Shidong. Ma Long escapes this net recovery. Get ready. It's funny, in the replay it didn't look that way to me at all. I don't know what I'm misremembering. Either way, Ma Long with a good cover there in the middle.
Surprised to not see it hit the shirt on the way through. Lin Shidong obviously wasn't fully expecting that ball back.
So alternating serves from here on out until one player has a 2-point lead to take the game. Ma Long with the serve at deuce. Rocket backhand inside the table. Lin Shidong, service-wise, last time we saw the stats, it was favoring Ma Long. Game point once again, second time here, Lin Shidong. Spin, the Chole comes out, the fire. And there he is, watched on. Bong Bo, Wang Chuqin. This extra spin. One more full stroke forehand. Man, that's a powerful backhand on its way back towards the table.
You wonder how much better or just different Ma Long is from that 2015 World Final that he played with Fang Bo.
A lot to talk about there, no doubt about. Ooh, the edge of the table here from Lin Shidong. I think we'll have to bring that up at an earlier part in the game because right now, this moment, too intense to talk about much else. Lin Shidong on the receive, a little bit more fortune, one more IOU in the pocket for Ma Long.
It's the third time in a row that Ma Long has served and Lin Shidong has won the point right off the flick. Bit of fortune there, albeit.
It back, the drive. He worked so hard for the footwork in this rally to go all forehand, the fitness demonstrated. And you could feel that he was spinning safely. Watch these shots, heavy spin. Again, heavy spin. One more. Now watch him move in and blast that ball to the deep backhand corner. Took his chances, a little fortune, but it all started here with the chase. Man, hamstrings holding on. This is preparation.
The trajectory of those Lin Shidong spinny fissures was so difficult to gauge. Ma Long doing an amazing job.
Third deuce point, Ma Long looking to avoid that backhand flick on the receive. What if he went back to like 2013 Ma Long and aced him down the line on the forehand? A backhand to backhand battle. Lin Shidong earning yet another game point, his fourth one. It's interesting to me when I was mentioning that idea, just as a thought, Lin Shidong was quite centered on the table. It seemed like there wasn't really room to get it past him on the forehand unless he quickly pivoted. Parallel to step around. Hashtag Dusseldorf final points. Steve Dainton, Petra Serling recognizing some excellence right here. Soft hands, quick move, and the wide stance. He's ready to come back should he need to. Lin Shidong Jayo. A lot of young fans in the crowd. Fourth deuce.
Led 13 all.
Just reminded me when he won the game on a pendulum serve, a little bit tighter to the forehand, deceptive underspin. It's been a while since he's won a point on serve, Ma Long. Back wide, the backpedaling after running around. Lin Shidong on the chase, and now Ma Long, after being down and saving how many game points, earns his own, took a chance there. Very awkward ball to have to play. And while backing up, it's tough to go side to side or really plant yourself. So Ma Long on receive with a game point.
No flags.
It's down 9-10. I don't remember another game point this game. So let's call this his first game point. And Ma Long does it, steps around to set up a 3-1 lead. In red on the receive, leading 3-1 in games.
1 love.
It's been a while since we've seen a chop block come back long. Well placed into the middle, Lin Shidong.
Leg 1 love.
Trying to keep it to the baseline here. Ma Long fishing from the backhand, a little back pedal. Lin Shidong converting both of his serves. The footwork that we've seen throughout the last 2 matches from Ma Long. Saying, come on now, flash photography.
No flash, please.
I think we've been through this before.
A lot of first-time fans here, I think it's fair to say, who are just so excited. And there's so many. You're bound to get 1 or 2 who forget.
Good angle on this, the forehand. Ma Long has found that wide angle time and time again. Greatest of all time, Ma Long. Tough to argue that unless you're measuring on hairstyle or something else. Even then, he might still have it. Pretty consistent. 2015 best for me.
Yeah, the slick back.
That was cool. Clever idea. Lin Shidong not falling for it, not moving in early. Although with the racket speed Ma Long came in with that push, you'd have to imagine it was going to come long. Ooh, a bit of extra spin from that backhand.
I like it. When out of position, it seemed like he may have been out of position. Lin Shidong had the more favourable position at the table. Ma Long playing with slower spin. Because, of course, if he plays with power, it's too easy for Lin Shidong then to just use it, put it to the open space.
Yeah, we've seen it on multiple occasions. Lin Shidong doing something similar here to guide it back. Say, take that expensive stroke. Let's see it. Make your move, and I'll try to pin you a little bit wider on the backhand. Which events are the toughest to win is an interesting conversation. People often say outside of the Chinese national games, come up every 4 years, which is essentially, I don't know, 128, I forgot how many they have, but Chinese national team and trying to become national team players. Outside of that, internationally, the World Championships, China can send 5, their best 5. Did you get a final count on how many Chinese men were here?
I did. 16.
Jeez.
16 from qualification and main draw.
Unbelievable.
You're delaying the match. 3-4.
You're delaying the match is the type of language you would hear when a yellow card is awarded. Didn't sound like a warning, but no card. Oh, the thing I said I'd mention earlier, at 10-8, the towel break yesterday. Remember there was a shout from the crowd? Oh, you might not have been, you weren't on comms for that. There was a shout from the coaching staff. Ma Long said it's 10-8. He had 10-6, 2 points scored against him. He went for a towel break because Liang Jingquin didn't go. It was confusing. So then the coach from the Chinese team shouted out, it's 10-8. Like he has a towel break, and Ma Long called the timeout quickly because he didn't want to be thinking about it. Very clever play. A good catch by the fans. Thank you for the details and the support. Ooh, after a soft-handed receive like that, Ma Long still had to deal with a tough shot. Lin Shidong placing it well to that deep backhand corner.
There it is. Haven't seen it with quite that impact in a while. No answer from Ma Long.
Ooh, back edge here to set up a 6-point lead at the second towel break. Lin Shidong with the type of score line that you would imagine he'd be able to secure it. A player of his caliber is not going to feel a panic the way, say, someone outside of the top 10 or off the Chinese national team might against Ma Long. It's this feeling of, I can't believe I'm here. I'm 6 ahead of the greatest of all time. Lin Shidong won't have that feeling.
10-3.
And that's going to keep him calm. He sets up 7 game points to get his second game on the scoreboard. Ooh, soft flick. We saw one more push for me on both sides than I expected.
Yeah, me too. Put away in such cavalier fashion there from Ma Long. I'm sure the scoreboard having an effect on the way that rally panned out.
Yeah, a little bit of calm there. Sometimes rock bottom, what feels that way, can help calm you. Chop block carries wide, and Lin Shidong with the most dominant game we've seen. So tucked in and ready to go. He's got a 3-2 lead. The pace out here. We've seen some interesting rallies, but this is the first of its kind in this match.
Last one there, that extra lunge in from Lin Shidong. In the flow state there.
Leg, low, 1.
It's funny, the first time in a while we'd seen a replay without the trace behind to show the arc of the ball. It's funny how quickly the brain adapts and gets used to something. A lot to control here. Lin Shidong, a man on a mission, takes both of the first 2 points against Ma Long's serve. Things continue this way. We're going to have some very different service success percentages during this match. You can imagine the change already. Oh, man. Long serve to the baseline in the backhand with no hesitation the other way. Some serious momentum here as Lin Shidong takes 12 of the last 16 points. Doesn't miss by much.
No, not at all. Nice touch initially from Ma Long there with the backhand side. For the most part, he'll try and trap the spin on a serve with the forehand, even if it's drifting towards the backhand territory.
Leg. Leg.
Yellow card for Lin Shidong.
1-3.
You'd have to imagine that was for delaying, staying away from the table a little bit long. They both had their warnings. Now, what does that mean? Well, if you're newer to table tennis, a yellow card is a warning. If you get a second yellow card, they present a yellow and a red, and it costs you a point. Should it happen again, it would cost you 2 points.
And if it was 0-0 when that happened, would your opponent just get a point?
A yellow-red?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
You lose out on your serve. Or receive, whatever the plan was. 3 points apiece here. Ma Long looking to take it in this game. Lin Shidong must win it in the 7th if he's going to do it. Lin Shidong has been a very quickly improving player, a fast rising star. Remember, he hasn't been beaten in this event nor the 2 events before. With shots like this, you can understand why he's able to turn from soft and spinny or even a push or a block to one of the most powerful shots in the world, just in the blink of an eye. Spin again, but deeper into the backhand, testing the step around of Ma Long.
He's done well here, Lin Shidong, because he won the first 3 points. Ma Long won the next 3. If he had another timeout, he may have called it. But 2 in a row on serve.
There's this fine balance right now with Lin Shidong where he's inside the table for one, comes right back and spins it, but not in a panic mode, gives it again. Something between 75 and 80%, just a spin shot, steady. This was tough. With the placement on this ball, Lin Shidong baits Ma Long into stepping around. And when he does, it creates the opening on the other side. From down low, good timing by Lin Shidong to capitalize. Look at that, just above table height. Lin Shidong with the elbow up, covers the middle well.
His backhand has been untouchable basically here for Ma Long.
Right now, Ma Long is in thinking mode. You can see it. That wheel is spinning right now, processing everything.
Oh, he's shuffling the deck, but that seemed like a little bit of a snatch.
I think I know what you mean. 6 points between them here, but the body language of Ma Long. Again, it's rare to see him do something like this. The body language, I don't know. Dima in the final game, I heard that he later mentioned that he had the flu, confirmed that there was something out of the ordinary, but Ma Long's body language right now. One of the things that's most inspiring, one of the factors, one of his qualities, is that he never gives up mentally. He's always searching for a way to just disassemble the opponent, to find his way through. Last game, 11-4, Lin Shidong. Similar scoreline here. 6 game points to come into game number 7, the decider, with more momentum than I can recall seeing someone in games 5 and 6. That was cute. The placement was right. Ma Long under pressure just sort of taps it out of reach.
We like it, we like it.
Break there off the net. In the replay, you're like, he's going to the backhand, going to the backhand, going to the back. Nope, it's the forehand. Even in slow-mo, tough to tell. And the brushing, bending backhand, 11-5. The way Lin Shidong is playing, it's not going to be easy. Little bit off the net, but that backhand had a freedom like we saw against Liang Jingquin deep in the match.
Correct. The Dragon spreading his wings in the first point here. You wonder as well how much Lin Shidong's thinking about this. I mean, you never know when Ma Long's going to close the book. And Lin Shidong will have been, even younger, obviously when he was watching Ma Long do what he did.
Oh, turns the corner, and Ma Long with a bit of magic. Covers and closes on the cross court for the win.
Iconic, timeless, turned and burned.
Gotta love it, rotisserie Lin Shidong. Both points taken on the receive. Serve now, back, Ma Long. He's in his head. Ma Long has found some answers. And those smiles that you see there, they've been watching the game a long, long time. What is greatness? How do you measure it? There are titles, and then there are times where you look at someone and you think, how on earth would I coach someone through this moment? What could I possibly say to find an answer against those last 2 games we saw out of Lin Shidong? But Ma Long here, just the start, but a flawless start. Incredible rally, Lin Shidong coming out on top, but it wasn't easy. I think everyone thought the rally would have been over when Ma Long puts his head down here.
Did well to get back that reaching forehand, Lin Shidong. A lot of people say, well, if Ma Long wasn't who he was, there would have been another Ma Long, another player who would have achieved what he had. But the truth is, that didn't happen. He's not replaceable at all.
And he's got another 3-point lead here. Looking for answers. Remember, this is it. Both players on the same quest right here to figure out what it will take to shut down the opponent, to get the final shot in the rally, whether it's a push, a block, or the most powerful shot you've seen, anything in between. Shot block, a wicked shot block with a lot of backswing, and Ma Long giving the fans a lot to cheer about here. They will switch sides with Ma Long up 5-1. Again, if you had asked me, Liang Qingqun would have been the tough battle to get through the hurdle, the semifinals, and he passed with flying colors, not dropping a game. Lin Shidong, incredibly fast rising and improving. We saw him against Wang Chuqin in Macau, and continuing on to win in the final. They've switched now, serves back with Ma Long up by 4. Oh, the break off the top of the net, it comes back. Ma Long had a little bit of fortune earlier in this game. Lin Shidong will take it, he'll accept cashing in an IOU here and now.
He looks remarkably calm here, the 19-year-old.
People often ask about cardio and training. Ma Long, after that rally, takes a deep breath or two, but still doesn't look bothered by a point that took so much footwork. Ooh, well now. Is this tension? Is it nerves? Is it related to simply the amount of exhaustion from the point before? Lin Shidong sneaks one past in a way that's a little bit out of character. Warnings about the flash. He's trying to stay loose in that arm here, make sure that muscles don't get too tight or tense. Pressure builds as Lin Shidong takes both points on receive and gets the serves back.
Interesting here. Wrong foot, Ma Long with a nice fade there, Lin Shidong.
No timeout called, Ma Long. Still up by 1. 3 in a row from down 1-5. Short side of the table, takes the chance, leaves the back door open, the forehand side, the nerves in the room.
Look at Wang Hao.
We've had some reactions from him, but if this comes down, it's trouble. It's funny, as commentators, we generally stay quite neutral. I'm sort of curious what Wang Hao would want right now, what he's thinking. Regardless of what he wants, I think he knows that that was dangerously close to being 5-5. Bit of extra effort to grunt after the long serve and a 3-point lead. Ma Long digging into that extra tank that doesn't show up on the dashboard there. Drying his hands on the table. For a guy with a fresh shirt, he's probably soaked right now. Big one, missed the push. I want to see Lin Shidong again in this rally. Take a look here. Soft touch. Goes for the backhand. Tries to hit that backhand corner.
I think the fact that Marlon didn't cut under the ball, but kind of lofted it a little bit more, threw off Lin Shidong there.
That's how I feel, that it brought some question into it. What do I have to do to adjust to the lack of spin on this ball? 4 serving 8. No hesitation on this. The Lin Shidong we've seen for the last several events in a row coming out for that point.
Nice backhand touch from Lin Shidong there to set this up, but still dismissive power.
What a response. Again, long serve, not a bad receive from Ma Long. The difference is when you're serving long, you know that it's going to come back fast and long. And if not, you've got time to react. So Lin Shidong using that serve very well to make it a 2-point game. The last 2 in a row converting both of his serves. Ma Long making sure those hands are extra dry.
Quiet, please. Thank you. Quiet, please.
Could you imagine if they're like, well, Ma Long's point, it didn't come down on the right side? No, Ma Long obviously stopping himself after hearing a bunch of conversation come up in the crowd in a tense moment right before contact. Long serve of his own. Lin Shidong with 3 points. No timeout now. I'm looking down at the court just to watch Ma Long. From 5-1 to 5-4, he didn't. From 8-4 to 8-7, he hasn't. Big second serve here. 19 years a pro versus a 19-year-old human being. And it carries long. Lin Shidong wins 4 straight points to get the serves back.
Oh my word. I can't watch Adam. I cannot watch this.
This is incredible. Remember, the decider, Ma Long. Look at the points won on serve here. 6.5% more successful. Lin Shidong, which should favor him in these next 2 points. And the backhand, 5 in a row. There's been respect, no doubt about it. The last 2 battles that Ma Long won, he said he was the underdog by world ranking, and mentally he had to be. He started this game with 8 of the first 12 points. But the last 5, Lin Shidong has managed to claw his way back. And the open forehand side, once again, Lin Shidong with 6 in a row, has 2 championship points. We don't know what is going to happen after this match. But that is the most open. It's almost shocking in the replay. It's right to the line, but even if it was a foot inside the line, Ma Long wasn't there. 2 championship points for Lin Shidong, and Ma Long with the serves should he win the first. Sky lob comes down deep. Oh, and he wins it on a lob! Lin Shidong has done the unthinkable. He came back from down 4-8, and that is the biggest smile after a loss that I have ever seen out of Ma Long. 2 generations between them.